Good morning. Running a few minutes late this morning. Wife left the country. Her father died. She went to the funeral. And my voice went out there for a second. So anyway, the wife left the country, went to Moscow for my father-in-law's funeral. So it's taken her 3 days to get there. She's going to like 15 different cities. It seems like she's in Vienna right now, and then leaves from Moscow tomorrow. So it's really difficult to travel. I can't imagine why she wanted to do it, but other than her father dying, so I guess that's a good enough reason. Her sister's still here. She didn't go. Anyway, we live and then we die. Good morning, everyone. Don't mean to sound depressing. It's been a rough weekend. The wife left on Saturday, and she's still not in Moscow. Taking her 3 days to get there. All right, so the watch list. I'm watching some of these names here, looking for a follow through. Thank you, thank you. He was a nice guy too. Um, Russian ship captain, in good shape, very nice guy, very personable. It's the politicians that screw everything up, you know. Um, he was a really nice guy. If he didn't have an accent, you just think he's one of us, you know. He'd go out and have a beer with you, hang out, tell jokes. Their jokes are a little different. Thank you, Gino. Thank you, guys. Good morning, everyone. Thanks. I don't mean to bring the room down. Just letting you know that I'm kind of behind schedule this morning. I have to leave. Hopefully, I'll make it all the way through till 4 o'clock. I have to go pick up my daughter from school. She has school this week, short week. My son's home. Wife is gone. So nothing has changed, though. We got a few minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I'm looking for direction from institutions. Tell us what they're going to do. If you reviewed the gamma this morning, we have a light negative gamma reading on the S&P. However, SPY and the Qs both of those are materially negative. This suggests that the volatility in today's session could be higher than that of the S&P implied move indicates of just shy of 1%. We see resistance at 4,500, 4,520 on the S&P. That's 450 equivalent on the SPY. Support at 4465, 4450, and then 4420. Thank you, everyone. All right, so right now most of the sectors are lower. We see transports with a little bit of strength. Transports. For those of you that were looking for weakness, you're getting weakness again today. Options currently that have traded over the last week have supported volatility. We have a holiday week, all right, short week this week. Large position in SPY options. All right, let me see here. Shoot, did I not? I didn't start up my. We're open. We're open. Sorry, I missed the opening bell there. I'm behind schedule. All right, first 15 minutes, not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table where applicable. All right, we did start taking profits off the table and reducing our exposure because of the volatility and the where we're trading. First 15 minutes, we're taking profits off the table. We're waiting for our institutions to tell us what to do next. See how they trade today. All right. Okay, SPY. Okay. All right, if you had puts, taking puts off at the in the first 15 minutes, still thinking there could be more downside, waiting for institutions. Okay, last week we had strength in Walmart, Target, Costco. Those are off a little bit right now. Walmart's pushing a bit higher. Walmart is up 40 cents. We're probably going to see weakness in Chinese stocks. Probably going to see weakness in those Chinese stocks. Okay, Merck, Anderson's on the watch list. Anderson's looking for a follow through. Merck is up another dollar. Looking good. Vertex Pharmaceuticals. All right, most stocks are lower at the moment. VIX is at the highs. VIX is at 2290. Tick cumulative still dropping. Tick cumulative. Internals bearish. Okay, Walmart's holding up fairly well. Energy's off a bit this morning. FANG stocks are all lower right now. FANG stocks. Tilray moving lower again. Tilray. All right, 3M. 3M. That one Grover mentioned last week. 3M. 3M. Okay, FANG stocks are off. Let's take a look at the 10-year yield. All right, there's no hurry to do anything. If you're rushing into trades, I suggest that you slow down, get a good sense of what the markets are going to do. We probably won't have that until about 10 o'clock. We'll have a good sense. Or are they going to hold this level of support or not? Support we have at 44.65 and 44.50 on the S&P. Okay, so let's go take a look at the S&P. All right, so the 50 days right there, that's basically about 4.5% on the drawdown. A lot of people expecting more than just this little pullback here to the 50-day. Still looking for that C pivot. Until we start to see volume picking up and we see some bullish candles, we're looking at these Fibonacci's as a guide. Walmart's starting to push a bit higher. Walmart, watch Costco. Dollar Tree, another position I liked on Friday. Dollar Tree, follow through. All right, so that's on the watch list, Dollar Tree. All right, so Dollar Tree, I like the way that looks as well. All right, we're starting to bounce here, starting to bounce. Let's see, Dollar Tree. That one looked really good for the follow through. All right, so you got 3 white soldiers. $52-week highs on Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree's still going here. Looks really good. Okay, we're holding this level pretty well, all things considered. I was thinking about this morning as I was dropping my daughter off to school. You know, everybody's thinking bearish right now, so mm, I'm trying to find reasons to be bullish. There are sectors that look pretty good. Last week we were looking at retail, the big box and discount retailers. Okay, AMC. AMC is bouncing. Watch AMC here. AMC might be a scalp here this morning. All right. I'm watching the steel stocks. Those pull back. Steel is not doing well. Steel stocks. Dollar Tree. Nice follow through on Dollar Tree. Follow through on Dollar Tree. All right, that looks good. Okay, Dollar Tree. Okay, note how close the 20 EMA and the 200 period on the 2-minute chart was at the open this morning. Got a nice follow through so far. Keep an eye on this one. JETS bounce. Okay, SPY still showing weakness. Okay, futures, a lot of selling. All right, we got a big passive buyer at 44.40. Yes. All right. Dollar Tree. All right, coming back a little bit, Dollar Tree. Okay, let's see what last week we also had strength in many of the oil and gas names, the big ones. We got Delta up this morning. Delta Airlines, Ross Stores. I went into Ross Stores for the first time with my daughter. She was looking for something. I don't know. Man, that store is a mess. That is really a messy store. All right, Pentair. Whirlpool, TJX. TJ Maxx is one that people probably aren't paying attention to. TJ Maxx looking good. All right, if Walmart, Target, Costco, Dollar Tree, DG maintain a bid. Look at TJ Maxx is coming out of a base here. TJ Maxx, I love that store. Where else can you find brand name merchandise like Ralph Lauren or whatever for discounted prices other than, say, KSS, Kohl's? That's another one. Kohl's. All right, so watching these stocks that are showing relative strength this morning, Raytheon. Last week, we also saw strength in aerospace and defense. All right, I want to see those follow through. Okay, Northrop Grumman. All right, those are taking a breather right now. It looks like the discount retailers are working pretty well. Dollar Tree, SPY is still somewhat weak. Twitter trying to bounce here. Twitter. Lot of discussion about Elon and his 9.2%. Home Depot, watching Home Depot. Thank you, Roll. All right, so retailers, a lot of talk about despite inflation and everything else, you got a double bottom HD. You've got about 100 points to go. All right, there goes Twitter. Twitter on the move. Twitter's on the move. Excuse me. All right, let's watch Twitter. Twitter, nice little fade. Okay, back into about 382. Back into that that gap. Looking for Twitter to continue. If you're looking for strength, you want to see price action bolt back in the opposite direction. It had a nice little basing action on Friday. Twitter looks like it might do something here. Dollar Tree still looks good. Dollar Tree flagging at the highs. AMC is up 20 cents. All right, so Dollar Tree looks good. Walmart, low profit taking on Walmart. Costco, low profit taking on Costco. I was looking at Lulu last week. That's still consolidating underneath the 200-day. Okay. This is day 9, looking for a push above the 200-day. Still consolidating here, Lulu. Tesla, it's down 29 points. Looking for a follow through Tesla. Okay, we're just waiting. See if institutions have an appetite right now. Oh, we got 3 blocks so far on the SPY. Qs, watching the Qs and IWM for more. Cleveland Cliffs still drifting lower. All right, the steel stocks, I thought maybe we might see some strength here. Nothing yet. We're testing the 21-day. SPY. SPY. Looking for some strength here. All right, so 2 weeks ago, we were looking for a test of the 200-day. We got the test of the 200-day. We consolidated for 3 days right there. Volume. And now we have the 50-day. 50-day was turning up. The 9 is turned down. 21 is turning down as well. The odds are that we go down and test the 50-day. Just momentum alone. So if they start to defend this area with everybody bearish, we could see a nice little rally this morning. I still think we're going to test that 50-day. That's just my opinion. 50% retracement from this low here on March the 9th and March 15th, 14th. February 24th was the lowest low that we've had this year, February 24th. So we have this ABCD pattern looking for D or just a descending pattern, a larger descending pattern on the weekly time frame. Still yet to see which direction they want to take this. We're weak at coming in again, a third week of fade after 2 weeks of moving higher. 50% retracement. We bounced there so far from this breakout level in 2020. I took a Fibonacci from here up to the highs. 50% would be right in this area. We bounced there several times already. Still looks like a descending channel. Watching for strength. All right, there goes Alibaba. Everybody's got financial media talking about weakness in Chinese stocks. These might bounce here, actually. Dollar Tree still looking for the bounce. Tesla. All right, Tesla looking like we could have a higher low there. All right, S&P 500 at the most percent up on the day. We've got airlines doing well. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 airlines on the most actives. Airlines, 5 of them are most actives. All right, so the airlines look pretty good. You got a bullish engulfing, UAL, bullish engulfing. S&P 500 most actives, those look pretty good. Jets, 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 Jets. All right, Jets, Jets. All right, so we got a bullish engulfing on Jets. All right, SPY holding this level pretty well. All right, so the trend has been bounce and institutions sell into strength. So I don't think that's changed, but there are stocks that are showing relative strength. We got Dollar Tree moving higher. We got the airlines moving higher. So far, they're looking pretty good. Some of the Chinese stocks also showing some relative strength. So check out your favorites there. Sector-wise, most sectors are bearish at the moment. We've got about 15% 10% now. 10% sectors are green, 90% are red. We're trying to build on that. XRT retail has been doing awful over the last few weeks. Retail looking a lot better. XRT retail looking very good here. Retail looking pretty good. Nice volume. XRT. Okay, you got 3 white soldiers off the low. You got volume. MACD's turning. Stochastics oversold. Everything looks good. Log into the main site, Mondo. We have that happen from time to time. The app doesn't work, so you log into the main site over at Merrill. All right, XRT's got a nice move going here. XRT. So certain someone says there's always a bull market somewhere. One of his slogans. You know who I'm talking about. All right, SPY still chopping around here. Not showing any signs of follow through to the upside yet. Looks more like a bear flag. Could see more downside. Retail, XRT, watching that as well. The FANG stocks still show weakness. Most of them down more than 1.5% to 3%. NVIDIA is down 4.5%. Retail. Looks like retail is going to remain in play today. Retail. Cleveland Cliffs starting to bounce now. All right, so a lot of selling in the first half an hour, first 20 minutes. People scared. Okay, IWM's trying to bounce. Baba's trying to bounce. Riot's down 50 cents, trying to bounce. Riot. Let's look at the Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin. All right, it's down 3%. Bitcoin. All right, trying to hold this level on the 60-minute Bitcoin. Okay, on the weekend video, I talked about the divergence between bond volatility and the equity volatility, the VIX, the move index. That was pointed out by Brent over at Spot Gamma. Something that we need to keep an eye on. Bond volatility, the move index. I don't know if Stock Charts has it, MOVE. No, I didn't think so. Plot the move, MOVE, move index on TradingView. That'll give you a good view of it. The discrepancy between VIX. VIX is starting to move a bit higher. It's up at 23. Just tagged 23 and backed off a little bit. Maybe we'll get a little follow through. Sectors are starting to show some buying activity. All right, XRT continues to show relative strength. XRT, I like. The retail sector has been off since late November. It peaked in mid-November, and it's been in a downtrend, but it looks to me like it's starting to reverse. I'd like this once it gets above the 50-day for the follow-through. I already have shares in XRT from over here. Been sitting in this for over 6 weeks, but it was close enough to the lows that it would have to take out 69 or lower for me to be out. AMD is below 100. All right, so that was my line in the sand. If AMD closes below 100, I'll take that position off. That's my worst performing position in my retirement account, AMD. It has great earnings and sales, but it looks like people don't want to be in growth stocks at the moment. Let's go take a look at growth, S&P. Okay, growth is off. Cyclical is still in favor, so you want to be focused in these sectors here. Watch for the support. Let's look at XLI, industrials, nice bounce. Financials, reporting, bounce. Materials, bounce. Energy. Okay, XLV was a strong sector last week. XLV, that's taking a little breather. XLV. I'm looking for XLV to come back a little bit. I still like this on the bullish, on the weekly time frame. Big base, XLV, got an aging population. Looking for a follow through, but I don't want to buy it up here. I want to wait for a little pullback. We sold it on Friday, XLV. The agriculture and fertilizer group, those are up quite a bit. Many of these most likely will consolidate now. All right, so they're consolidating, but they're not breaking down. Great, good to hear, Mondo. All right, so CF, LXU, we took some off on LXU. That popped quite a bit. Many of these up more than 40, 50%. FMC on the watch list, Doji up here, continuation, watch list, FMC. Let's go take a look at the watch list real quick. Most of those were showing strength last week on the watch list. Let's see, there we go. All right, SPY, looking for the follow through. All right, so we're 50-50 right now. Anderson's, food products, consumer staples, ANDE, food products, staples, watch list, follow through. Growth stocks are out of favor. All right, I'm bullish above 53. This looks like it's going to break out. All right, XRT is at the highs. These are starting to get more parabolic. Really difficult to trade once things start to get too overheated. Walmart, example, Walmart looking for consolidation up here. I still like Walmart for 170, as you know. 170 is my target. 180 if you're looking for 20% above that breakout. That's 30 points from here. But you don't want to chase. All right, so I'm looking for an opportunity to get back, add some in Walmart. Starting to flag, so this is looking a lot better for a base up here. Retail's doing well. XRT, as you know, retail's doing well. That's another sector to focus on. Okay, so if you're thinking about trading the sector, for example, if you're thinking about trading XRT, look where the 20 and the 200 are at the open. You see that? We had a nice little dip this morning, back above the 20 and the 200 period. VWAP starts to take off. It matures at 10. Now what I'd be looking for is XRT to come back a little bit, flag. It doesn't have to, but looking for a dip, some early profit taking, then a follow through. It's not too extended at the moment. but I do want to see it pull back a bit. SPY, no follow through, sitting down here. It's extended away from the 200 period, so I'm looking for a rubber band back to the other in the other direction. RSI oversold. That's SPY. XRT, retail, and airlines showing some strength. Retail, transports also showing strength. IYT. Okay, builders, breather, builders. That's looking for a bounce in the builders. Home improvement like Home Depot. 3 white soldiers off the low. There's pretty good risk reward on the double bottom, 295. A stop below. I'd use a stop below today's low. If we get above the 21 day, you got a nice 10-point move there or more back to the 50 day. Once it gets above the 50 day, we need to take out this 340. That would tell me that bulls are still in control as we approach the 200 day. This looks good for a swing. So if you're putting some shares to work in Home Depot, you're probably going to be okay. Day traders, we want to pay attention to what's showing relative strength. Retail, of course, Ross Stores, big move here. Goldman, General Motors, maybe the EVs get a move today. CarMax, nice retail. CarMax, retail, look at that. Nice, beautiful pattern, CarMax. Retail's in play. CarMax is a beauty. It's above the 50 day. CarMax above the 50 day. Okay. All right, sectors. All right, more sectors are going green. More sectors are going green. Okay, looking good. Looking good. All right, so I see metals and mining on the move here. Metals and mining starting to bounce. Let's look at GLD. GLD was basing. All right, so we got a gap up. Looks like we're going to follow through GLD. GLD. Silver. Watch silver and GLD and gold. All right, silver. All right, these are safety. All right, so around $23, pretty cheap entry on silver. All right, we got a fade so far. All right, so the worst case scenarios would come down back to the 50 day, 22. All right, so that's about what, 75 cents? So 75 cents, can you see $1.50 up here? 23.50, 25, that would be. All right, so right now we're back down to 23.20, 23.10. Silver looks pretty interesting. Look at the silver stocks like PAAS, Pan American Silver. All right, this is breaking out. Gilead last week. We looked at Gilead. Thank you, Grover. Gilead. Gilead and Pfizer. Pfizer had a nice rally Tuesday through Friday. Now we're consolidating. We felt that this might happen. Watching for buyers to step up north of 54, north of the 90 MA. Watch for buyers today. You might have a nice entry on Pfizer. Pharmaceuticals looked pretty good last week. That was pretty decent selling there, so I would stay away from Pfizer for a minute, but watch it here around 54. SPY, still no follow through. J&J, Johnson & Johnson. All right, all of these are taking a break. Merck, all right, taking a break at the highs. Bristol Myers has been along since the breakout over here above 60. All right, so that's 17 points. Probably a nice area to take some profits off. All right, so Merck and Bristol Myers, those two were really strong. Bristol Myers, winter bananas. I know you're still in this one. I'd be taking a little profits off. Look for it. I'm still bullish. Look for this to pull back to say 85 to 86, maybe even 84 to 83 if it comes back to the 21 day. Look for this to base up here. Looking for a base up high. All right, let me go check my retirement account. I have shares in both of these. All right, I'm taking a little bit of Merck and a little bit of Bristol Myers off at the moment. I'm going to keep the cash. I'm not going to buy anything just yet. Let's see. Okay, I'm out of that. I'm out of both of these now. Okay, good. I'm out. Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB, looking for a follow through. Berkshire consolidating, look for a push up to 52-week highs. All right, SPY still holding pretty well here. All right, more sectors are going green. Worst sector and subsector in the energy space is crude oil. Crude oil, we need to see crude oil back off a bit. Okay, so this is still in this triangle pattern. If it loses the 50-day, crude's probably going to fade a bunch more. Okay, a bunch. That's a technical term. All right, XLY is trying to go bullish. Consumer discretionary. In the weekend video, we talked about the bearish signal we have on this ratio. All right, so if you're bullish equities, you want to see this ratio turn up. That's the consumer discretionary versus consumer staples. Never in a hurry. I'd like to see a second day of buying in consumer discretionary. So far, we got retail showing strength. This peak here, similar to the peak we had back in 2018 after the Fed raised rates 4 times, looks very, very much the same. So I'm thinking mostly bearish short term, test of the 50-day, as we previously said. Over here in 2007, when we peaked, this led to a pretty decent drawdown in the S&P 500. I think it was more, what, 50% from the highs to low. So even if you are just scaling out and taking risk off, you're probably doing the right thing. You won't make as much money on the long side, but you won't lose either. You won't lose a substantial part of your retirement account. I'm talking to myself. So I'm looking for that weakness to persist. That said, I have ETFs like SPHD that are performing very well. We're at 52-week highs on SPHD. The Invesco S&P 500 high dividend, low volatility ETF. There's a lot of cyclical stocks in here, as you know. So I am collecting cash. Some of it is going to go into this on any dips now. We were adding over here on that hammer, as well as over here in late January and February when we were consolidating right around 44, as you know. And since then, we've gained quite a bit of strength in SPHD. Cyclicals being a good part of that relative strength. All right, so as a strategy, I've been adding to this on my kids as well as myself and the wife. So most of these stocks are moving higher. Okay, let's take a look at ABV, for example. ABV is probably consolidating. All right, ABV is consolidating after a nice bullish run. This just keeps showing strength. All right, watching SPY. All right, transports are breaking out, folks. Transports are breaking out. Okay, bullish engulfing on IYT. Transports. Transports. All right, more stocks are going green on the day. Okay, got a nice bounce. Twitter's at the highs, 47.75. They pulled back about 20 cents right there. Jets continuation, JETS, Jets. Okay, bullish engulfing here. Looking for it to push back towards the 200-day. Tesla still bouncing. Tesla. Virgin Galactic at the highs. Virgin Galactic, SPCE. Virgin Galactic. Bullish engulfing, SPCE. Higher low. This looks really good. You got a left shoulder, you got a head, you got a right shoulder. Look for this to push above 1150. Once it does, look for the follow through. LABU, we were looking for strength. We got weakness. Pulling back, looking for a higher low and a push back above 20 now. I'm not day trading LABU. I am swing trading. I have a position in shares. It's off 3.5, 3 points average from average entry, 3 points on LABU. All right, some of the stocks like Insight had quite a follow through. Those are consolidating. Insight, Amgen, that had a nice follow through last week. Little shooting star here, so some profit taking. These look good on the weekly. For longer term. What's Moderna doing? Moderna, okay, that's holding the 50-day. AMD again. Need to see buyers down here. AMD needs to get back above 100 by the close. If it doesn't get back above 100 by the close, I'm out of AMD. All right. Robinhood hit the highs and got rejected. Some profit taking at the highs. Robinhood. Right now, market internals have changed for the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. It's 1-to-1 up volume leading. Nasdaq is 1-to-1 down volume leading. So growth stocks are out of favor. Cyclicals look like they're going to continue. VIX is pushing higher. All right, AMC is trying to push more. Cleveland Cliff sold off and then buyers came in. Medtronic looking for a break higher. All right, so my rule is to wait until 10, 10:15, get an idea what they're planning on doing. All right, the covered calls on Riot are doing really well, even though we are below the strike and we're starting to move higher. Um, I'm outperforming with the covered calls, selling premium on Riot, looking for a bounce. Still think the Bitcoin stock's going to do fine by year end. Not a short-term trade on Riot. Riot, looking for a higher low. It's got this base. As it moves or drifts, doesn't move much. People aren't doing much here. Those covered calls are up 22% right now. I'd like to see it plus 50% and keep selling covered calls until this starts to move higher again. AMC, I sold covered calls on AMC as well. Okay, what did I sell on AMC? AMC, the 24 call for May, the 24 call. So there's no way that's going to be in the money. I sold those for $3 and they're at $1.60 right now. So almost 50% on those. Okay, let's say that you're concerned about the markets. Let's say you're concerned about the Qs in particular. All right, so this is back. This is moving again. SQQQ. Okay, SQQQ on the move there. Another way of trading the short side on the Qs is QID, which is what I did last time. So this is like day 4 off the low. Day 4. This tends to run for 10 to 11 days. Okay, it's at the 50-day make or break point. QID. This is something that I normally hedge with, or SQQQ. If I think weakness is going to persist, you could also do trade Q puts, of course. Okay. I'm looking at Fibonacci's here. Let me go to my Q chart. All right, growth is out of favor. It's one-to-one down volume, but they're not selling like crazy. So that's a good sign. Okay, the weekly time frame, you can see where we got rejected. 3 weeks up, we get rejected. 2 weeks down. RSI is still below 50 on a weekly time frame. So we could come back and test this 320 zone. That was a 22% drawdown from all-time highs back in February. January, February, that was a 22% drawdown from the highs. So if you're thinking about the Qs and the weakness there, if you have exposure, okay, this drawdown from the high down to the low in February, March. All right, we're below the 50% retracement on the recent pivots, this A leg back in the opposite direction. Still looking for a B leg. Maybe we put in a hammer. So I'd be watching for a hammer. If we start to see growth stocks getting bought up, I'm not anticipating at the moment, but if we do start to see it, we would look for a hammer or a doji right here, maybe a Morningstar doji pattern, a 3-candle reversal. There's still hope for the Qs. Most people are very bearish on the markets. I'm trying to look for reasons to be bullish and looking for reasons why I might be wrong. Right now, the reasons are, as I told you before, the bond volatility versus equity volatility is at an extreme that we saw back in 2020, March of 2020. The extreme that we're seeing in the bond volatility, VIX, if you will, is at the extreme that we saw back in March of 2020. Now, that was a high, which gave us a reversal to trade off of back in 2020. So, over the last couple of weeks, I've been reducing my exposure from 78% equity exposure, got it down to 64% presently. I'm still trying to reduce that number, collecting cash because at any moment we could see a bounce. Now, the one thing that's sticking in the back of my head is May 9th or May 8th. What is Russia Day? V Day or whatever they call it. Is it May 9th? May 4th? Is it May 4th? They say May 9th. Okay, a bunch of these. I've got different dates here. May 9th is a major holiday in the Russian Federation. Yes, yes. All right, so let me just show you something here. Let me show you some while we're waiting for the markets. Markets are getting a little weaker. All right, so I'm assuming that we could see a test of the 50-day. That would mean more downside risk. Okay, so credit goes to Brent over at Spot Gamma, who highlighted this particular chart. You can see in blue, that's the volatility of the bond market. Okay, basically it's the VIX for bonds. That's the MOVE. And comparing it to VIX, which is down there at the lows, the divergence here is the issue. Now, what we would look for, you see over here in March of 2020, where we had that spike in the bond volatility, and then we saw the VIX shoot higher. So I'm looking for volatility in the VIX to catch up with the bond market volatility, which means that we would see higher levels on the VIX. So VIX would be more bullish in this scenario. This would mean that we're going to see more downside. So the risk is higher. Thus, I've been looking for reasons or looking for positions to take off, reducing my exposure in the markets, collecting cash. At some point, this will unwind, but for now, this divergence is concerning, something that you should pay attention to as well. You don't have to trade. You can wait for the markets to settle down. You can buy things like gold. XRT is looking good. You can buy things like gold to hedge. Okay. This is coming back a little bit, so that's probably not a bad entry on GLD. Looking for buyers to come in. Some of the other, like GDX, you could trade GDX, gold miners. Okay, this is also at highs. You could trade silver for a hedge or stocks in a group like Pan American Silver. Okay, so this is very, very near a breakout zone. So silver's not bad. There's been a lot of talk about uranium lately. UUUU looks really strong. All right, UU looks pretty good here. Are you coming off the 90 EMA? I might buy some of this just for the hell of it. Yeah, looks good there, LA. I agree with you. VIX is starting to move higher. There goes SPY dropping off now. SPY. Reduce your exposure. That's the plan. That's my plan for the week. Reduce my exposure. Hedge if necessary. If you still have too much risk on. All right, UU. All right, let me see about this. UU. And UEC. Radium Energy. All right, what's the max we could see on this one? All right, so you got about 2.5, maybe 7 on UEC. It's got an ATR of 70 cents. It's up 13 right now. UU. All right, UU. I'm buying some UU. Okay. Energy Fuels, Canada. All right, UU. I bought some shares of this. Okay, it's still consolidating. I might add to it if it pulls back a little bit more. For now, it looks fine. S&P, Spider's pulling back a bit. All right, SPHD. I'll probably add to this on any dip. SPHD continues to follow through. All right, that's something I'll be adding to as well. SPHD. Looks good. There's a lot of consumer staples in this. Let me go ahead and add to that. I can always wait. But it looks good, though. Looks good for 50. SPHD. SPHD. Virgin Galactic looking for the follow through. All right, so the airlines have been doing well. They're still looking pretty good here. Ford is starting to pop on the list. General Motors was strong this morning. Ford with a bullish engulfing candle. General Motors. All right, let's look at these. XPEV. All right, Lee Auto and NIO. Nikola. All right, these are all bouncing. Tesla. Higher low on Tesla. Tesla needs to get back above the 21 days. So first bullish day, I look for a second bullish day. Virgin Galactic trying to follow through. Virgin Galactic bullish engulfing, looking for the retest 1125. Fairly inexpensive for a swing. Now this needs to close above the 50-day. Right now it's showing relative strength, Virgin Galactic. So if you take an early entry, I would have a stop below 830. So that's 70 cents. That's a 70-cent stop below the low of the day. Can you get $1.50 out of this? I think you can. That's 10.50. All right, so if I scaled into this, if I was going to have 1,000 shares and I was looking at Virgin Galactic, the odds are if RSI continues and transports continue to see relative strength, we could see this close above the 50-day. So early entry, if you're taking it right here, would be about a 70-cent stop. Back down here. You don't have to take 70 cents. You could take 50 cents. Can you get $1? 2-for-1 risk reward? Maybe. So I'd watch this one for a few minutes. Maybe this starts to find more buyers. I'd like to see the relative strength. Look at the time over here, 10:30. Look for higher volume. Okay, so far the airlines have done well. Here's American, Delta, holding up relative strength. LUV, these look really good. So you got relative strength in the airlines. You could trade just the JETS ETF if you want. Airlines are a little more difficult to trade in my experience. Watching the bear flag here on SPY, VIX is pushing higher. Weakness persists. 3M, industrials are doing well. Industrials. Okay, check out your favorite industrial, 3M. 3M is pushing above the 50-day. So this is looking much better here. We've got about a 20, 30-point move potentially in 3M. Maybe some 3M tends to, because it trades on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I would not buy the highs of the day. Watching 3M, this dip right now on the 2-minute chart, watching the strength here. We're up $1.74. Could come back to VWAP. Watching SPY. A lot of people got short, I'm sure, on that little dip there. Watching bear flags. They could continue. VIX is still pushing higher. I'm still of the mind that S&P 50-day is going to be tested. We're right there now. Right there. We spent 3 days last week at the 200-day. We gave it up. Now we're headed for the 50-day. 50% retracements right there at 4,400. That's my guess. We're going to get at least a 50% retracement. Valuations are coming in, so it's looking a lot better. We do have seasonality. We're technically in the second full week of trading for April today. Today's the 11th. Second full week, we've got 3 full weeks, really, 3 full weeks of trading for the month of April. April tends to be a seasonally strong month. All right, so we started out April with this pivot at the end of March. So need to get back above 40, 45, 50. That would take quite a few days of upside strength. That would be pretty obvious. So until then, I'm thinking weakness. So you don't have to do anything unless you're a short-term trader right now. Give a bear flag on SPY. Looks like we're going to go down. Assuming the 50-day is going to be tested today. That'd be an area where I'd be watching for a bounce. Tilray, nice bounce on Tilray. Virgin Galactic near the highs. Dollar Tree gave back. It was up to $1.66. It's off $1.40, $1.60 right now. Dollar Tree looking for a bounce here. Dollar Tree. Let's check out the retailers, big box and discount retailers consolidating. We've been looking for a consolidation. There goes SPY, new low on SPY. Dollar Tree. DG. Dollar General. Dollar Tree. TJ Maxx, TJX. TJ Maxx, a little selling at the high. Nordstrom, JWN. Nordstrom looks pretty good here. Nordstrom. Nordstrom looks like it could see 36. Could see JWN. You could see 7 points on JWN. 29 back up to 36. RSI is above 50. Retail is in play. I like it when most stocks in the group are working. Last week it was the pharmaceuticals. Okay. Merck, Bristol Myers. We took some off, both of those this morning. EMC is below the 50-day. EMC. All right, Costco's off $14 and change. Costco. Dollar Tree's trying to bounce. Last week we had strength in healthcare. All right, so what I was looking for here, selling into strength on Friday, we were looking for a little pullback. More and more people are seeing this consolidation now. Pullback to breakout around 141. If this holds here and we start to see some bullish action, I won't add to or start XLV again unless I see bullish candles in this area, 140, 141, right in this area, this previous pivot over here. So this is something I'm considering. Sector-wise, we're back to 10% green, 80%, 90% red. Retail still leading. The builders look good. Okay, home builders, home improvement. So Home Depot got rejected at 21-day, but it's building higher lows. Double bottom anyway. Transports, IYT, transports. Trying to hold these levels. Let's look at the weekly. Transports. Okay, this is an area that must hold. Transports. VIX is still moving higher, so puts are working. If you're on SPY, 2361 on VIX. So the 50 day is definitely going to get tested. 50 days in play for today. Let's look at junk bonds. These are risk off presently. Risk off, looking for a double bottom in junk. I'd be interested in buying some junk or HYG exposure if buyers step up. So let's say we get down here today or tomorrow. I would need to see at least 1 or 2 bullish days like over here. The last time we bounced on March 14th. I'd like to see 2 bullish days. So early entry would be on the first bullish day. So far, we don't have that. We have just bearish activity, risk off, looking for buyers to step up on a double bottom here. That could start to move us in the opposite direction, back up towards the highs. So what I'm thinking is when you have a year like last, 2021, you had a 28.4% gain or 28.7% gain in the S&P 500, including dividends, 28.7%. So whenever you have a year, statistically speaking, where you have a gain of 28%, the following year, this year, averages between 7 and 11% by year end, from open in January over here to close. So we did some numbers that gave us an S&P over 5,000. I forget what the number was. But it was over 50-20, I think. 50-25 rings a bell. So we're looking for a 10% gain, or excuse me, a 7% gain. Obviously, we got inflation to deal with. There are other factors, but it's just one thing that I'm thinking about along with seasonality. Right now, the markets are weak. Most people that are trading the morning session, amateurs that are trading, probably pretty freaked out right now, thinking the markets are just going to implode. That's a possibility. But so far, the markets look okay. Just seeing rotation. Most of our indicators were bearish or neutral. Only 7 were bullish. Okay, let's look at NIMO and NAMO, of course. As these near these lower bounds, we're setting up a potential bounce. We're just looking for the evidence. Right now, we're just seeing weakness. Financials, when does Goldman report? Is it Friday? Thursday? All right, Goldman, GS, April 14th. So Thursday, Goldman, JP Morgan. The banks reporting this week. April 13th, that's Wednesday, Bank of America. April 18th, next week, Morgan Stanley. All right, so the banks start to report this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Morgan Stanley on Thursday, and Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo on Thursday. What about PNC? PNC, April 14th. All right, so Wednesday and Thursday, JP Morgan's on Wednesday. The rest of the big banks are on Thursday, and then the following week for Bank of America. All right, financials are moving higher. Financials. All right, SPY still showing bear flags. 50-day is the target. That's JETS. Bullish engulfing. One of the few sectors strong today, along with retail. We got transports and builders. Let's see what the builders look like. Toll Brothers. All right, this is still in a descending pattern, but trying to base here. Pulte Homes, PHM, DHI, BR Horton, Beazer Homes, BZH, Beazer. All right, all these starting to move. XHB, maybe that gets a follow through. XHB, builders, and home improvement. VIX at the highs. Let's take a look at Facebook. Facebook, pretty weak. Looks like it's going to continue to move lower. Looks like Susie is in puts on Facebook. All right, Facebook, Microsoft. Okay, wheat. What's the symbol for wheat? WHET, is it? No, what is it? WHEAT. All right, WEAT, the wheat fund, WEAT. All right, WEAT, that looks like it's going to continue here. All right, these hedges, wheat continues higher, WEAT. All right, so this is still consolidating. It could come back to 973, so that's a dollar downside on the weekly, dollar downside. Can we see $2 upside? Not quite two. $1.75 maybe. All right, let's look at some of the international indices, VWILX. That's still drifting lower. Weekly. All right, looks like it's going to get rejected there. All right, so we're trying to hold here. SPY is trying to form a base, still assuming bear flags and a test of the 50-day, but starting to slow this descent that we started this morning, the gap down. Look at RSI. RSI showing a divergence. All right, watch RSI, SPY. All right, watch SPY. You got a bullish divergence on SPY that might lead to a bounce. All right, spring is here. Lots of blooming flowers. All right, I got to take a couple of minute break here. I'm going to leave SPY up. I just need to run downstairs and make sure my office is on the opposite end of the house. I'm going to see what my son is doing. He's home for Easter holiday. I'll be right back. All right, so we have some bullish divergence on SPY. SPY reversing here.
Biden is due to be speaking with India's Prime Minister Modi soon. For those who would like to watch live, that is available on the feed. They will be discussing how to further deepen ties between their governments and economies.
Okay, no follow through yet. No follow through 442.56. That's the 20 EMA. Looking for a follow through and test VWAP. VIX is still holding, so this bear flag might resolve downside at the present time. Consumer staples starting to go green. Consumer staples.
New York Fed survey says mean perceived probability of losing one's job in the next 12 months rose to 11.1% from 10.8%, still well below pre-pandemic reading of 13.8%. Median expectation for year-ahead home price increase was 6%,
Materials
up from
holding.
5.7% seen in February. Perceptions of household finance situations versus a year ago did deteriorate in March. 23% of respondents expect improvement a year ahead, a series low. Seen from the New York Fed survey,
Bullish divergence still building on
price
SPY.
increases for both food and gas rose to 9.6%, while rent was roughly unchanged from February at 10.2%. Median year-ahead household spending growth expectations jumped to 7.7% from 6.4% in February, a new series high. Also seen from the New York Fed survey, median 3-year ahead inflation expectations ticked down to 3.7% in March from 3.8% in February. Median 1-year ahead inflation expectations rose to 6.6% in March from 6.0% in February, a fresh high since series launched in June 2013. For those who'd like to read the full New York Fed piece regarding inflation expectations declining in the medium term and increasing in the short term, that is available on the feed for those who'd like to read.
Okay, Dollar Tree trying to break a bit higher. Watch Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree had a nice follow through today. Looking pretty good for the continuation. It's got an ATR of $4 on it. Dollar Tree. It's up to 27. So the maximum I would see today potentially would be 167. 167. So it's consolidating right now, Dollar Tree. Extending what we saw last week, strength in retailers. XRT is working. XRT. Still basing here. Need XRT to break above the 50-day. All right, so SPY still looks like a bear flag. So the bullish divergence is starting to get negated again. Okay, so we got this bullish divergence. RSI starting to rise as price actions making new lows. That's generally a bullish setup. But you need to see price action take off to get bullish. Right now, RSI's still managing to drift higher, higher lows, looking for higher highs. Looks like the selling's still persistent, though. Selling is still pretty persistent in the SPY. The 50-day is right down below. 50% retracement before 40. All right, looks like we're going to push lower. All right, if you're still concerned about the markets, there's lots of things that you can trade as far as hedges. A lot of people concerned about wheat and corn production. All right, so a lot of that comes out of the farms in the rural areas of Ukraine and Russia. All right, so this is one WEAT. It's the Wheat Fund ETF. You can trade silver. Silver is another hedge. Concerned about the market. Silver did pull back a little bit, so might be a better opportunity as this starts to turn now. Silver. Look for silver to get back up to 24.80. So it's $1, say $1.50 from here. $1.50. It'll be about 5%, about a 5% gain if you manage to see that over the next few days. You could trade something like Pan American Silver, PAAS, that's sitting at the highs. Other hedges, SQQQ, if you think the growth stocks are going to continue to plummet, we can see the strength in SQQQ and QID. Right, these look pretty persistent. QID. All right, I might hedge with QID. If we don't bounce here, I might start to hedge on QID. It's already up quite a bit today, so I'd look for a low rejection first. 50-day is so close that I won't do much on the S&P. Qs could come all the way back to this low here. Generally, Mondays, what I do is look for some direction on a Monday. Then if I'm day trading, I'll usually trade, later in the day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then start to think about exits on Thursday into Friday. This week, we don't have Friday trading. We're a short week. We've got the big banks reporting Wednesday and Thursday, and again next week. All right, so it feels like people are still taking profits off or exiting positions prior to bank earnings. A lot are expecting bank earnings to be disappointing this earnings season in general, that earnings will be disappointing compared to last year. So most likely people are exiting, taking things off for the holiday, so they don't have to think. That's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. 2 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago now, I told you that I was at 79% equity exposure, 78%. This run up is where I started taking profits off the table and reducing my exposure. I got it down to 64%. I just added today, so I'm back to 66% equities. All right, so been gathering cash. All right, so I've been talking about this extensively for the last 2 weeks, taking profits off into strength. Okay, in my retirement account, you can see I was at 79%. Actually, I should have pushed that down. I was at 79%. I'm now at 66%. Looking to reduce that to 60% this week. All right, so Q still drifting a bit lower, looking for a bounce. Nothing so far. SPY, same, no bounce so far. The down volume is 1.3 to 1. Nasdaq is 1.7. So 50-day is right down there, 50-day. Excuse me. All right, SPY still moving low. Looks like we're going to test 440. The 50-day is right there now. Here's the 50-day. Okay, so longs not working. I would assume that's just going to continue. VIX has a long way to go to get to catch up with the bond volatility we talked about in the weekend video. All right, I see people talking about Upstart, UPST. Triple bottom. All right, so you need to see some bullish activity if you're thinking about this one. Right now, I'm not doing much of anything. Yeah, 50-day definitely. Definitely. I mean, it's right there. I agree with you. 50-day is right there. We're about to touch it right now. We're 5 handles away.
So just a reminder, 10 minutes time at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, we do it the US 3 and 6-month bill auctions. US 3-month bill auction previous bid to cover ratio 2 to 46. US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills, previous high yield rate is 0 to
50-day 44.25.
US 6-month bill auction previous bid to cover ratio 3 to 29. The US selling $48 billion of 6-month bills, previous high yield rate being 1.110%. You bet the 3-month bills total $7.1 billion. Then bids for 6 months $6.0 billion.
440. All right, SPY 440 is within the ATR for the day. 440. Okay, so an overshoot of the 50-day is possible as well. RSI is below 50 now. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Okay, not that anybody cares, but number one, we came into the week with the majority of our indicators bearish. We knew that the 50-day was just below. We knew that we were below the vol trigger. We knew we were below the gamma flip point or 0 gamma. So the odds are that bears would continue to win at this point. And I'm looking for reasons to stop hedging with gold, with silver, with SQQQ or QID for the Nasdaq. Looking for growth stocks to rotate a little bit back in, maybe some profit taking, shorts covering. Haven't seen any of that yet. So looking for this weakness to persist. Just about the point where the average amateur investor or trader is about to throw in the towel. I'll be looking for signs that institutions are about to buy. Where would they buy? Well, 50-day is one way. It's not a guarantee, but it's one place that I'm definitely thinking about. Okay, so I'm looking for evidence of stocks that are remaining in favor as rotation comes into the cyclical stocks like healthcare, consumer staples, utilities, financials reporting this week. So starting to see a little bit of strength in Costco. Dollar Tree was strong this morning. Walmart looking for a bounce. Some of the airlines were doing well today. So if I'm thinking about short-term trades, airlines back, American Air back to 1850 is a possibility in the 200-day. LUV as well. You don't have to trade the individual names. If you want to have less risk, you could always trade JETS, JETS. This is a little bit harder to trade in my experience. JETS is a little harder. So we need above the 50-day. That would indicate bulls are starting to take control from the bears on this little downward leg. Retail showing signs of life, trying to get back above the 50-day. So retail is a possibility. We saw transports. That includes airlines, truckers. Truckers had quite a beating lately. JBHT, those got a downgrade, several downgrades. JBHT still bear flagging. All right, some of the names like Zim, the maritime shippers, those are pulling back more the weekly time frame. Zim. All right, so look for a 50% retracement. Worst case on Zim on the weekly. So That's quite a move. It's from this last pivot is what I'd be looking at. 50% retracement. All right, some of these retail names like Zim. All right, we're at 50% right now, so that's pretty interesting. We're at 50% right now, maybe 618. That would be the top of this range. I'm looking to get back into Zim. I don't think anybody trusts the Russians right now. They're saying that they're opening a humanitarian corridor in Mariupol. That's the area they want to take back. I don't know. Every day that goes by, this is getting a little bit crazier. All right, most stocks are flat to slightly lower. We got a few sectors that are showing strength. If I was inclined to day trade, I'd be doing it with less risk. So if I would normally day trade with 1,000 shares, I'd probably be doing 250 to 500 or less. I'd be focused on the areas that are showing strength, like retail, Dollar Tree, showing strength. Last week it was over the preceding 24 to 30 weeks. Bristol Myers just continues to break out above the 60 point. That was in December. This just keeps going. Still holding up fairly well. I took some off this morning, Bristol Myers. Other names like the fertilizer companies, Nutrien. Notice the buyers are showing up. This is still very bullish. Nutrien, LXU from the February 4th breakout. This one's up over 148%. Okay, that was one of the better stocks. LXU. Look at the volume. So between the wheat production issues coming out of Ukraine and Russia because of these the war, wheat is considered at this point a hedge, looking for a follow through. Looking for gold stocks and gold miners to continue. GDX, Newmont Mining, taking a breather, but still very bullish. SQQQ as a hedge at the 50-day, could reject and see strength in the Qs. Right now, my thoughts are less risk, more patience. Sell premium against my positions if I want to hold on to things like Riot. I sold some calls a week ago for $5.35. So $535 per contract. Those are at 388. So I'm up almost $2. Almost $2 on that. Riot's already starting to bounce. Probably hold on to those until we get 50%. So positions that I'm thinking about selling premium against, AMC is another one, AMC. Those calls are up, those covered calls are up over 50%. AMC, let me check it out real quick. Yeah, they're up 50%. All right, so that's helping to hedge as well in a sense. I don't think the markets are going to go to hell in a handbasket, at least not, straight down. So far, we're off what 5%, would be 4.5% down to the 50-day. 4.5%. All right, there's the 50-day. We're down 4.4%. 50 days right there. We could overshoot it. I'm still looking for this C pivot and then a move back in the opposite direction. No signs yet that that's the case. Therefore, less risk, more patience. All right. Is this going to be another fake? Another fake? Or do we see some sort of follow through? Okay, so we're still in this descending channel on the 60-minute. 2 weeks ago, when we started taking profits off at that B pivot, we started taking profits into that B pivot right here. We were taking profits off. I was exposed 79% in equities, and that said, you know what, this is way too much risk. Started scaling back. I'm now at 66%. Was at 64% this morning, but I added a couple of things. As you know, added a couple of things. UU. I bought some of that to add to hedging. UU. I'm looking for that to bounce. We took profits, Bristol Myers and Merck. SPHD, I did add some to SPHD. That's showing a doji. This is the S&P 500 high dividend, low volatility ETF. I added to that today as well. Looking for a little dip to add again. Was adding back here on that doji or hammer and inside of this price action during the months of January, February, and March. At the end of the month, each month, end of the month, SPHD pays dividends, and I have those dividends rolling into more shares. So continue to compound my growth in SPHD. It's showing exceptional relative strength to the S&P 500. That's down 4.4% at present, while this is making new highs. So for traders or investors that are more interested in preserving capital, hedging risk, this is one avenue, SPHD. That's what I do. All right, so we're looking a lot different here. All of a sudden, we're starting to look different. The SPY is starting to look a little different here. All right, so we're looking a little different. All right, we're starting to see some short covering. All right, volume's starting to come in. Look at the S&P. Looks good here. Looking more like we... All right, so this is a reversal. This is definitely a reversal. Okay. The 443 is watching. Need to see some follow through. SPY. All right, that was just shorts covering for now. Shorts covering for now. Veru.
Secretary General says we could potentially see the loss of more than 7 million barrels per day of Russian oil and other liquid exports, resulting from current and future sanctions or other voluntary actions. This is seen by a speech here, seen by a major news wire.
Dollar Tree is up $2.22, up 1.3%. Dollar Tree. All right, it'll be obvious if this is more than just short covering. We'll see this continuation towards the VWAP. All right, a rejection at VWAP would be the next area I'd be looking for puts. If we got rejected there and started to roll over. So far, look how far we are from the 200 period on the 2-minute. All right, so look how far the 200 period is right up there. So looking for a reversal back in the opposite direction. SPY VIX still rolling over.
Barkindo says it would be nearly impossible to replace a loss in volumes of this magnitude. That's just OPEC Secretary General there says it would be nearly impossible to replace a loss in volumes of this magnitude given the current demand outlook.
All right, no follow through. All right, so there you go. Okay. So, all right, they're selling into any bounces. All right, let's see what CLX looks like. CLX, Clorox, Colgate, Palmolive, PG. All right, Coca-Cola.
Barkindo is speaking on the effect of current and future Russian sanctions. We are currently trying to find a video, but as of yet have not been able to get one. OPEC Secretary General Barkindo says the current market volatility is a result of non-fundamental factors totally out of OPEC's control.
All right, so we got rejected. They sold that. All right, so we didn't even make it back to VWAP. All right, so patience. That was pretty short-lived bounce there so far. We do have that positive divergence. We made lower lows. RSI making higher lows. So if we do get back to VWAP and above, I don't like the risk reward here. Does look like we're going to get back to 445, maybe the top of this, that little wick right there. Need to see more volume coming in right now. Going into lunch.
FX Secretary General calls on the European Union to promote a realistic approach to the energy transition.
Yeah, I'll follow through. Need to get above VWAP.
The OPEC also tells EU it's impossible to fully replace the Russia exports.
All right, so let's see. $450 is the vol trigger. The volatility trigger is at 450 SPY. Patience, patience. The benefit of the doubt right now goes to the bears. 50 days right there. 50 day, what's the 50 day at? 50 day. 50 days right down there at 440.74. 440.74. That just seems too obvious that we're going to at least test it this week. Do we get close enough to it that the bulls start to jump in? Probably. All right, SPY looking for the follow through now. All right, got to get above VIX. Sorry, got to get above VWAP. Largest blocks today, 251,000. Largest blocks today. A few minutes ago, SPY at 447.37. $447. That's what? Yes, that's last week's close. 447. All right, so we got blocks coming in at the lows of the day. That's shorts covering. VIX about to roll over now. VIX is about to roll over. All right, nice follow through. All right, SPY following through a bit more. Need to get above VWAP. All right, Ethereum dropping off a little bit more. It's off 7.9%. Got about a 25 handle range between demand below at 44.25 and supply up at 44.40. ES, we're pulling back a bit more now. No follow through yet. Dollar Tree trying to break out here. Dollar Tree looking to break out. Deltas are still pretty negative on the futures for now. Benefit of the doubt still with the bears until we get above VWAP. If we get above VWAP, we could see a lot more short covering. Our Dollar Tree breaking out. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. All right, a little bit higher. Needs to get above 166. Dollar Tree getting above these recent pivots. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. It's moving above these pivots now. It needs to get above 166 for a new high. SPY no follow through yet.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
All right, futures are just banging around this level, right around 44.32. Above and below it, flirting with this area. Not a lot of activity in terms of the futures. There was a seller, an offer up there at 44.40. That's starting to taper off a little bit. Quite a few buyers down there at 44.21 and 44.25 on the futures. Those bids might move up if we start to rally a bit more and get above that 44.37 area where supply was before, 44.35, 44.37. on the futures. Deltas are starting to turn a little bit. I don't feel very confident in this rally right here with the 50-day so close below that we haven't tested it. All right, Dollar Tree trying to push higher, trying to get back up to the highs, Dollar Tree. Poor Tiger. He is missing all those putts that he would normally make from 20, 30 feet away. His chip shots were running away from him over at the Masters in Augusta. If you watched any of the Masters, he seemed pretty frustrated. Scotty Scheffler, Masters champion 2022. What did Tiger shoot on his last round? I think it was like 78, something like that. I fell for him. All right, Dollar Tree is going to take out 166. Dollar Tree looks pretty good. Golfers were out in full force this weekend at our course at Man of War. Dollar Tree trying to take out the highs. All right, SPY looking a little better. Futures, deltas are starting to grind a little bit higher, but not really anything of note. We've been chopping around in the sideways range on the futures for the last, since about 11:30. We've been chopping around in a very narrow range. We need to break out and need to run. SPY and the futures, watching both. Been chopping around here, just right there between 442.20 and 442.80. Alibaba continues to show some interest. Alibaba. All right, so a higher low since the open at 11 o'clock. Looking for a higher high now. FXI is lower. China large cap ETF. Still like Dollar Tree and the retailers. That's my favorite sector over the last couple of weeks. This has done well. Walmart as well. Consolidating. That was due. Target at the 200-day consolidating. I really like Target. If it stays above 229, look for Target to get above 236. That'd be where I would add or start a new position above the 200-day, and then look for 266. 266, that's 30 points from above the 200-day. Costco pulled back. I thought that would hold up a little better, but it's finding buyers at the 90 MA, looking for the next leg to take out 615. TJ Maxx coming off of a base. TJ Maxx, three white soldiers, 3 bullish candles. Looking for a push back above the 50-day. It's into this area over here on the left. IWM is off today. So small caps is a risk off indication telling us that this risky asset is telling us to be cautious and more risk averse. I am. Junk bonds, same thing. Junk bonds at these double bottom lows could find buyers here. What I'd need to see is a first bullish day like over here on March 15th when we had that reversal, and then a follow-through candle. So if we get that, then the equities could be near a low and bounce. I'm thinking we could see a follow-through. The current low in the S&P. If junk bonds and high yield corporate starts to get bought, that would be another signal. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit more. All right. Wheat. Silver. Okay, so it's still sitting here. GLD. All right, GLD is getting more buyers at the low. UUP, the US dollar. High, still pushing higher. End of day chart, US dollar. Last week, little shooting star. UUP shows that they're still here buying. Safety trade. Fewer sectors are green on the day. Fewer sectors. Industrials and financials are flat now. They're slightly red. Retail, builders, and transports are the strongest sectors. SPY pulling back a little bit more now. Lulu, watching for a follow through. Got to get Lulu above the 200 day. Lulu needs to be above the 200 day. Cleveland Cliffs making a higher low. Cleveland Cliff. Higher stepping up at the 21 day. If we get a follow through, the entry for Cleveland Cliffs would be a bullish day, followed by another bullish day. That's what I'd be looking for. I'm being patient. Cleveland Cliffs, I could jump in, seeing the low of the day being bought, but I'm going to wait. I like Cleveland Cliffs on a watch list. I'm seeing a higher low, but there's just really no reason to jump into a bunch of new positions right now until we see the cavalry show up. SPY. There's the 50-day right there. S&P's already tested it. S&P within a couple of handles. So chicken or the egg, does SPY bounce? Does the S&P 500 bounce before SPY? Q's still showing weakness. Buyers here at the low, but you got volume by price resistance overhead about 350. That's the 50-day. And the 200-day at 368. When we're weak like this, I look for institutions to do the heavy lifting. Until I see them doing the heavy lifting and it's obvious, I'm not going to play around with this little range on the SPY at 442 up to 442.70. 70-cent range. Could go either way. Most likely lower. Stocks like AMC, Riot, I have with a high implied volatility, I've been selling premium on stocks like AMC. AMC. Implied volatility is still 141% on AMC. Those cover calls I sold last week are up 50%. I'll just leave them alone. Twitter bouncing, trying to get back above 47, 48. SPY still drifting. S&P futures, still no signal. 44.28 up to 44.36 or so. The highs down to the lows here, 44.28. There's a large passive buyer of 4425. Deltas are still fairly negative, so we're probably going to pull back a little bit more. IWM still fairly negative. There's no bullish candles yet, so I need to see at least one bullish candle and look for a follow through. It needs to get above the 50-day. VIX is trying to turn back up again. Costco's down 11. Looking for that to build some interest, some buyers. Dollar Tree is back up to the highs. Dollar Tree. Nice follow through. SPHD, of course, the Invesco S&P 500 high dividend, low volatility ETF. That's pulled back a little bit from the highs. The Doji. Patience. It's going to be obvious when the buyers come in. Institutions right now doesn't appear that they're interested. VIX need to see a lower high. Dollar Tree trying to take out 166. Dollar Tree. Looking for the other retailers to pick up where they left off last week. Most of them are consolidating. Costco, Walmart, Target. Dollar Tree trying to break out. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree looking for that breakout. SPY starting to bounce with a higher low. VIX needs to roll over. SPY needs to get above VWAP to confirm. Caterpillar, last week, Caterpillar, John Deere looked good. I like John Deere the best last week. John Deere on the daily. Look at the daily on John Deere following through now. Caterpillar, those two. Good to see somebody took it. Caterpillar, John Deere. Nice. All right, John Deere and Caterpillar, those look good. Dollar Tree, looking for a follow through. Okay, looking for that to continue. Dollar Tree. All right, so it looks like the wife made it to Vienna. They're flying to Armenia tonight and then Moscow in the morning. Okay, we got a little higher low here. Can we get a higher high? Get above 443 maybe? SPY watching the S&P futures. S&P futures, there's really nothing going on here. The deltas are flat, which is telling me there's really no huge bid in the markets. We do have a buyer down there at the lows on the futures, 44.25. We're drifting higher. We're at 44.30, 44.31. So we're 5 handles above that major level of demand. It's lunchtime. All right, buyers are coming in. Probably going to turn out to be the same in the evening
The EU
session.
reiterated a call during OPEC meeting for oil producers to look at whether they can increase deliveries. According to a European Commission official,
Looking to get above 166.10 on Dollar Tree. It has more upside potential, ATR. Canadian Natural building higher highs, higher lows on the 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute charts. Canadian Natural's off. It's about $1 off, $1.50 off of its high that we saw on Friday. Starting off the week, Canadian Natural made it up to 65.50 before sellers came in. It's $3 below that level right now. But looking good. All right, so can we get a higher high now? Watching the futures, really nothing going on. Futures are blah. Tilray continues lower. All right, got rejected. Tick cumulative is still pointing lower, so they're selling more than they're buying. As far as S&P futures are concerned, deltas continue to just go sideways, which is telling me there's not a bid in the market. They're not really heavily selling, but they're not really buying. So Doji spinning top, just price action moving in a tight range. All right, so it looks like we're going to make a test of the low again on the futures. But there's not a lot of heavy selling. 40, 50 contracts averaging here. All right, push them lower again. Looking for aggressive buyers or sellers. We don't have anything like that right now. The markets are just sideways. Dollar Tree is still trying to push higher. Okay, what's the Nasdaq 100 doing? Nasdaq 100, mostly red. Nasdaq 100 is majority red. You've got about 30% green, about 70% red. Stocks that are doing fairly well on the Nasdaq 100: retail, biotechs, some broadcasting names, Ross Stores, NetEase, Dollar Tree, Charter Communications, Peloton, Comcast, some of the broadcasting names looking good. Fox, Bookings.com, along with some strength that we're seeing in some of the transports. eBay is a bit higher. Monster.com is a bit higher. Fiserv, FISV is looking okay. Mondelez, consumer staples. Gilead, trying to follow through. JD.com. PepsiCo, CSX, Rails. But generally, not seeing much action in the futures, just sideways all morning. Into lunchtime, sideways. No indication that institutions are selling rapidly or buying. So right now, disinterested. You have no edge in the markets. If you're day trading, it's one thing, but if you're swing trading, looking for evidence that they're going to defend the 50-day right now. S&P, watching the 50-day. Okay, we're right there. S&P's already got very close to it. S&P nearly touched the 50-day, the green line.
Has signed an agreement on bilateral cooperation on
44.27. All right, so just another 7 handles. That's all we need. Could overshoot this too. I'd rather this didn't build a very bearish looking candle. I'd like to see some buyers coming in at the low of the day for starters, and then a bullish day tomorrow maybe. Intrepid Potash, IPI, that one was very strong. Coming back in, so these fertilizer, they got a little bit ahead of themselves. Not surprising. We've been looking for a little consolidation. Mosaic, CF, Nutrien, we took off last week. Nutrien. Buyers did step up though. FMC. Okay. I'm looking for Walmart, Target to do something. They're probably going to consolidate a little bit more. Walmart, Target at the 200-day. 200-day, you got buyers stepping up and sellers. So we got a doji 2 days in a row. Once it gets above the 200-day, I like the odds a little better. RSI will be above 50 at the same time. So above 236, that's probably going to do well. You got about a 30-point move up to 52-week highs. Good to know, Mondo. So Mondo's telling me that Caterpillar is the only dealer with machines.
Draghi says I will sign other accords to substitute Russian gas imports to Italy.
Yeah, Russell, I see what you're looking at. If VIX closes the gap, that divergence on the volatility, bond volatility. All right, SPY's starting to bounce here. We're starting to see some aggressive buyers. First time aggressive buyers since about 12 o'clock.
Austrian Chancellor says I generally have no positive impression from talks with Putin.
Dollar Tree, DLTR. Dollar Tree, nice breakout. Okay, trying to get above 166.07. Dollar Tree following through. After the moves that we saw in Walmart, Target, and Costco last week, Dollar Tree picking up the slack along with TJ Maxx. Looking for TJ Maxx to follow through. Dollar Tree doing the best so far. Dollar Tree. Yeah, it just looks like a few shorts covered there on the ES. They've resumed this kind of sideways action now. Dollar Tree trying to follow through. All right, so making a lower high and looks like a lower low coming here on SPY. Okay. Lower highs still persist in the futures and SPY. VIX is just moving sideways, just waiting for VIX to spike and run higher. No follow through. Dollar Tree coming back a little bit. Tilray looks like it's going to drop off some more. Tilray looks absolutely awful. Tilray continues. It's at the 50-day. If it drops any lower, it's just going to head towards $5 per share. The lows, 478. Trapping a lot of longs, most likely. SPY still drifting lower. All right, more lows, lower highs, futures. Going to retest this low again, 44.25, it looks like. Tick cumulative still pushing lower. The benefit of the doubt goes to the bears. Dollar Tree, TJ Maxx. CarMax looked good this morning. CarMax. All right, that's still stuck at the 50-day. So if we can get through this 50-day, this reversal or base that's forming, you can see over here on the left, volume by price base above 110, 112. This should test the 200-day. It's basing prior to this March sideways action or basing price action, and the moving average is moving sideways. We're in a downtrend or a markdown. Phase one accumulation, pretty obvious now on CarMax. Looking for phase two to start. SPY still pulling back. So until we get the indices to move higher, you don't have much of an edge. All right, so SPY continues to pull back. All right, so we're at the lows. looks like the S&P wants to test the lows. We got buyers at 44.25, 44.25. We're 2 handles above that right now. And test that zone, see if demand picks up. Bears win again today. Bears win again. Yeah, I think, Todd, you have the right idea, Todd. Patience or just do nothing. All right, VIX moving a little bit higher now. VIX watching SPY and the futures. You have absolutely no edge right now. If you're trading to the downside or you're trading bearish, that's a different story. Any attempts at bounces get sold. There's just no edge here. All right, we're testing the low right here. Dollar Tree pulling back. All right, more selling. We're down to the low again. Back down to the low. All right, we just took out the low there. See if we reverse, took out some stops.
Nasdaq economic advisor thesis as we are expecting elevated CPI on Tuesday. Also, just a heads up, 12:14 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting Fed Evans to be speaking. Evans will be discussing the economy and monetary policy. No text is expected, however, there will be a Q&A.
Okay, nice reversal. They took out the stops, double bottom.
He says lower inflation at the end of the year next year.
All right, SPY, watching for a nice bounce here on SPY. All right, we took out some stops at the low of the day. So far, that's what it looks like. Took out stops here, took out this low. Reversing. All I'm assuming is that shorts covering. It's not a reversal signal or a signal to go long. We did have futures. We hit an area of demand or support, and we're starting to push higher. Okay, yeah, so no follow through. Initially, some shorts covering at the low. No follow through on the bounce so far. Still feels very bearish. 50 days right below. 50-day S&P. Let's see, the S&P. Did we touch it yet? S&P 500. Okay, there's the 50-day right there. 4 handles away. 4.5 handles to go. Man, if they don't touch this thing today. Deltas are starting to rise again, coming off of this demand zone or support on the futures. Wasting a lot of mental energy today. I would just say, take the rest of the week off, folks. If you're day trading, it's another thing. If you're swing trading, you're not missing anything. If anything, added to SPHD, added to this one. This could come back a little bit. I'm okay with that. A 50-cent move lower to the 9 EMA or even down to 47. I'd still be interested in adding to this. This is a long term. We're talking 10 years at least. On my kids' accounts, my daughter, 4 years, 5 years. My son, about 10 years. Towards the end of his college education, I'll be using some of his savings in SPHD in a Coverdell account. This one's holding up very well. I'm not into really risky trades right at this moment. I see some of you trading. That's fine. That's your prerogative. Just pointing out the areas of interest and the sectors that are showing strength. Retail, builders, transports, industrials, and consumer staples. Consumer staples is fairly flat. So are financials. So we got about 5 sectors. All right, watching for aggressive buyers. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Neighbors are pouring a concrete patio. Concrete trucks outside, screwing up traffic on our neighborhood streets. Watching SPY here. All right, more shorts covering. This is just more shorts covering. More shorts covering. That's all this is.
We should surely be receiving comments from Fed Evans.
All right, so we're testing the low again. So if you took a long there, you're fighting the trend. The trend is down. Trend is down for now. All right, Dollar Tree. So SPHD, that's an area that I'm very interested in. DHS as well. DHS consolidating, but making higher highs and higher lows. Some of the fertilizer stocks that have done very well lately, LXU, up over 148% from this breakout level, is now pulling back. 148% since that February, what was it, February 9th blog post where we broke out. 148%. So that alleviates some of the pain from some of the stocks that aren't working, like AMD. AMD, a close, I mentioned that AMD, a close below 100. Most likely close below 100. I'll take this off. That's a losing position that I have in AMD. But LXU made up for it, 148%. 148%. Wow, this has been moving sideways. NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA. Bottom here. I got a feeling all these are going to bounce soon. But growth is out of favor. So we want to be focused on cyclicals. At least I do. I can't twist your arm. But I'm just looking at what the data suggests. This keeps dropping, that red line. That's telling me to be out of growth. And even cyclicals right now are taking a little heat. All right, SPY taking a new low here. All right, so we're going to take out the, we're going to test the 50-day. S&P 50-day. Okay, so there we are. There's the 50-day. ADM, Archer Daniels at the highs. Sanderson Farms, SAFM.
Fed bids for 3-year notes total $11 billion.
Sprouts Farmers Markets at highs, SFM. All right, got shorts covering now. Shorts covering. All right, futures, we had a few aggressive buyers there, just like short covering, that's all. Deltas are still very negative, so the trend is down for now.
The Fed's Evans now says that high prices will persist longer than I thought, though not permanent.
All right, RSI is back down below 50, so that's something to note as well. The strength of this downtrend, obvious.
And Fed's Evans says the Fed has to reposition itself in response.
Fed Evans is talking. CAH, nice CAH. Yeah, Cardinal Health, I like it too, Brian. I like it too. Prism, myself, and a few other people were long from Thursday. Took profits into Friday. I had shares. I think Prism had options, calls, and shares. Cardinal Health looks good. Yeah, I like it. Healthcare stocks should do well. We're breaking above this pivot high and 64.58 next and then 67. So the Northern Plains is supposed to get a blizzard, huh?
10 minutes away now from the top of the hour, where the US is due to sell $46 billion in 3-year notes. A private cover was 2 to 39, while the prior high yield at 1.775%. We're just seeing from a senior US administration official, says India should not accelerate energy purchases from Russia. The US has made no specific demand on India on Russian energy purchases. Biden and India's PM Modi had candid talks on Ukraine issues, including India's.
All right, so we got some more aggressive buyers here. ES.
More comments from Fed Evans, who says supply pressures are more intense than I expected. And Fed Evans says by the end of the year, we will know a lot more about how persistent inflation is, and I'm hopeful that it will be receding. And Fed Evans says at the end of the year, we'll be able to make choices about more or less restrictiveness. The US does also say that it is ready to support India on diversifying imports. And Fed Evans says we need to position monetary policy much closer to neutral. Fed Evans says the Fed is to know more about prices and policy path over the second half of 2022. And Fed Evans says the US economy does have momentum.
All right, so it looks like we're finding some more sellers.
The Fed Evans says the neutral setting for monetary policy is 2.25 to 2.5%. And Fed Evans says I had thought it would be neutral by March 2023. If it got there by December, that would be okay too. Fed Evans says it's not going too far too quickly is important for optionality. That's Fed Evans saying not going
Testing the lows again.
is important for optionality. Fed Evans says a 50 basis point rate hike is worthy of consideration, possibly highly likely. That's Fed Evans saying that a 50 basis point rate hike is worthy of consideration and possibly highly likely.
All right, Evans continues to speak.
Evans says the real discussion is how you want rates to be positioned by the end of the year.
All right.
So it's 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour, where the US is due to sell $46 billion in 3-year notes, a private to cover 2 to 39 with the prior higher yield at 1.775%. Fed Evans says, I don't at the moment expect to see the need for restrictive policy to rein in inflation, but there is a risk.
All right, still at the lows. 440 seems logical. 440 on the SPY seems logical. We have this bearish leg down. At some point, we're going to see a bullish leg up. 50 days is a good place for it. Does it happen? We'll know when we see it. We'll know it when it starts to happen. We'll see volume start to pick up. We have institutions already starting to buy some. We're seeing dark pools doing some buying down here at the lows. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Cayman.
We should shortly be receiving the results of the 3-year notes auction. Treasuries when issued due at the top of the hour.
All right, getting a nice little reversal here. Looks like shorts covering, nothing more. There's a tremendous amount of demand below 44.25. Buyers, passive buyers is at least 1,000 contracts down there. ES futures. Looks like, all right, here we go. Spike.
Treasury when issued 3-year yield 2.739% ahead of the $46 billion auction.
There goes SPY, spiking here.
You should now shortly be receiving the data for the 3-year note auction, and I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio.
All right, so we got a nice spike here in SPY. All right, shorts covering.
Two to 48 compared to the previous 2 to 39, while the high yield rate at 2.738%, 2.738% compared to the prior 1.775%. We're going over this now. The US sells $46 billion in 3-year notes at the high yield of 2.738%, holding 20.79% off bid to high, while the US 3-year notes bid to cover ratio at 2 to 48. Non-comp bids $237.52 million. Noting the US 3-year notes draw at 2.738% against the pre-sale when issued yield of 2.739%.
All right, nice spike. Your wife said we're leaving? Oh, that's pretty funny. That's funny. What part of New York are you from? Mikey's poking the bear. Poking the bear. What's up?
Can I borrow your phone for around 5 minutes?
Yeah, here. I made chicken fingers.
That's all.
All right.
Mhm.
Did you eat them?
Not yet.
Okay. uh, yeah, it's the prices in California are just crazy. I don't know how you guys do it. I honestly don't know how you do it. Gasoline, um, you got good weather. As long as you don't have any water restrictions, you can grow your own veggies and stuff. I like um, I like Walnut Creek. Beagle, you're funny. Your next move is to the crematorium, huh? Okay. All right, here goes Spy. Spy still going. Oh yeah, it's definitely bullish. Um, it's just a matter of time before more and more. They're probably just accumulating shares on dips. It's not falling off like I expected it to do. Yeah, true, true. All right, starting to see a little profit taking here on this pop. All right. Markets look okay. They look okay. Got a nice spike there. Shorts covered. Still in the same boat until we get some kind of follow through. I'm not putting much emphasis on this bounce. If you look at the daily, it doesn't really look that significant. Now, if we close back above the 200-day, the 21-day, the 90 May, something like that, yeah, maybe something. And tomorrow we get a follow through. maybe we get this C pivot behind us. All right, so I'm looking for that C pivot. Many of you are looking for the same thing. You got a lot of people that are very bearish. All right, so I'm still looking for this C pivot. Okay, B was pretty obvious. We got that reversal the next day on Wednesday. That Wednesday we had a reversal into last week. We had that Monday pop that quickly got sold back down to the 200-day for 3 days. Now we dropped to the 50-day, 4.4% off that pivot high on the B point right there. This move from the January high down to the March or the February 24th low, that was just shy of 15%. But I need to see buyers. We know that dark pools have been buying the low of the day today, more buy programs than sell programs, but we've got a lot of work to do. The Fed is selling 3-year bonds. What was it? $35 billion worth of bonds. Yeah, I still wouldn't mind shooting a 78 at Augusta. Tiger is, as much as he didn't sink any putts, you know, he was off the fairway quite a bit. All right. All right, SPY trying to take out. This is good action here. This is really nice action. VIX is dropping off pretty quick here. So take your profits off. I don't think we're done yet, but this nice little rally will give you an opportunity on the long side for a quick trade back to the up to VWAP and beyond. So we got that already. It's after almost 1:15 already. I have to leave a little early, by the way. I have to leave at 3:45 before the close. 3:45. I have to go pick up my daughter. She's in aftercare. 15 years old. She's got her learner's permit, so need to buy her a car, I guess. She's going to a STEM school, advanced arts, science, and technology, or something like that. Here in Myrtle Beach, it's nice place. Good curriculum. Starting next year. All right, so S&P, watching that. Still in this descending channel. Okay. So once we close the first time below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, that gave us an indication that we're probably going to start to see a descending pattern. Now the opposite is the case. Once we get above the 20 EMA on the upside and that dotted red line, we're looking for a follow through. Everything okay?
Hmm?
You text mama or whatever?
No, I already watered the plants.
Oh, you watered them? Okay.
We should shortly be
Mama's
expecting
boy.
the results of the Fed's reverse repo facility.
So once we get above the 20 EMA and that dotted red line, then we can start to talk about potential reversals. Until then, Still in this descending pattern. RSI, you can see we got a lower low on the 60-minute and a higher low on RSI. All right, so looking for this beginning to change trend. Okay, so 60-minute, looking for that. $60 60-minute divergence. All right, more selling coming in, more selling.
85 counterparties take $1.759 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
All right, sounds like that reverse repo getting some results now. All right, so a little pullback there. So just about the time you think that things are going to work out, they pull you back in.
House now says that Biden did make clear to India's PM Modi that the US would be happy to help India diversify its energy imports. Fed's Evans says we need to allow ourselves some time as we get to neutral rates so we can assess inflation pressures.
All right, so I see Wall Street Jesus talking about was that Sprint? Sentinel 1 got some bullish sweeper activity on Sentinel 1S. Thought that was Sprint's old symbol. All right, can we see a higher low? Looking for a higher high. If we print this higher low, looking for the follow through. No follow through, no go. Futures are still kind of drifting sideways here. Once again, I have to leave at 3:45 at the latest. 3:45, 15 minutes before the close. There's really not much goes on at 3:45. This week, my wife is in, tomorrow she'll be in Moscow. Tonight she'll be in Armenia. Currently she's in Vienna with her mother. Both of them flew back from Myrtle Beach to Russia. Her father died, so she's on her way back there for the funeral tomorrow. So prayers for her. Everything works out. She's got bigger balls than I do. Okay, Tilray. Can you imagine traveling for 3 days? Kind of like some of those snowstorms. If any of you've been caught in a snowstorm in Chicago, O'Hara, or someplace like that, Breckenridge, Denver airport, or whatever, it's a pain being in the airport or traveling for 3 days straight. Can't imagine. Okay. So no higher low yet. Higher low got sold. VIX still in a range bound. More selling, just like that. More selling coming in. So they're not giving much. They're not giving much to the bulls today. Every time we start to rally, they sell into strength. Futures stuck in the mud underneath VWAP. VWAP's at 442.50 for futures. We're 14 handles below that right now. If you're bullish, if you're thinking bullish, we need to get above VWAP for starters.
The US Defense Department's Kirby is currently speaking. We have provided the live video on the feed for those who'd like to watch along.
Still drifting lower, just like that. They gave all that back. And we're looking for volatility today. We definitely have it. We got VIX at 22.68. We definitely have volatility. Just like that, they just sold the crap out of the markets. Futures dropping back down after a nice valiant effort of getting above 44.35. We got rejected there. We're right back down to the lows, 44.25. Twitter continues to grind higher. Twitter continues to grind higher. Okay, so nice buying coming in. Twitter, nice bounce at the 9 EMA. Do we get a follow through? So this is a pretty good example of what I generally look for. All right, so Twitter, for the most part, we know what the story is. Pops up to the 200-day, we look for rejection. We take profits, then look for the dip to get bought. Now, early entries on Twitter this morning on holding the 9 EMA, I generally would only take maybe a partial position. I like to look for a second day bullish, a second bullish day. If we get that second bullish day tomorrow, likely that we test the 200-day again. So I like the pullback. Then I look for 2 days on the bounce. If I'm going to take this initial trade at the lows this morning at the 9 EMA, I generally take a smaller position. So Twitter, I take smaller here. Look for it to take out the highs tomorrow and follow through. Our SPY is still pulling back, so we really need to see the indices also moving higher. We don't have it currently. Keep testing this low here. Keep thinking we're going to just test the 50-day. I mean, we're there. We're right on top of it now. Okay, so we're right on top of it. There's your 50-day on the S&P 500. Do they continue to sell this? That's what Russell's looking for. Russell has VIX calls. What is Walmart and Target doing? Walmart still consolidating. So is Costco. Costco's off 12 points, 12 and a half. Looking for a bounce this week after a little pullback. Upstart's trying to bounce. Baba near the highs of the evening session. IWM trying to push higher as well. Small caps getting a bid would be good. Small caps with a bid would be good. Okay, so buyers stepping up. You can see the daily's not really, you don't have much of an edge. If you're day trading, it's another story. This looks pretty good for a move back up into the range. Maybe it would close green on the day. IWM, they could sell it right here too, up against VWAP. So this is what we're looking for on SPY as well, looking for that test of VWAP. We keep getting close to it, but no follow through. We need to be above VWAP and see a continuous stream of buying to consider a swing or a long position here. Otherwise, we really don't have much of an edge. Alibaba, that one had a nice put in a higher low, continues to put in higher lows. It's green now, red to green on Alibaba. That's a red dog reversal, right? Red dog reversal possible on Baba. Alibaba, Lulu looks good. Lulu. Walmart still languishing here, off $2.30. It's consolidating the recent gains. Walmart had a huge run up over the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and now we're starting to consolidate. So this is good. This is good. Ultimately, I'm looking for 170 on Walmart in the coming weeks. 170, 180 if you use IBD's 20% threshold on the breakout. Just that's 30 points right there. So 180 on top of this, 30 points on top of this gives you 180. That's the 20% target that IBD usually talks about. And target consolidating at the 200-day. All right, so it's pulling back. Here's the breakout level at 229. That's why we're using 229 on the watch list. 229 is support. These pivots along this area. Looking for it to test and bounce. It needs to get above the 200-day. Once it gets above the 200-day, I don't have a position target. I'm looking to start a position in target. It has to get above the 200-day. Once it does, we got a 30-point move here, 236 to 266. All right, so I'm looking for 30 points on target once it gets above the 200-day, not until. So I'm not front running this. There's still a potential this could come back into this range. IWM still pushing higher. Alibaba looks pretty good. SPY, big range on SPY. Tricking a lot of people. Still below the VWAP. Range bound, below VWAP, the purple line. Highs to lows, highs to lows. Pretty contained, about a point, 1 point range. All right, IWM still going. IWM looking pretty good here. Risk on IWM. All right, get risk on. IWM's popping here. Jets, Jets, Jets. Looking for a follow through, Jets. Jets looking forward to get back up to 2075. Okay, we had a nice dip this morning, a rip back up to 2075. 75-cent move. It's up 1.96% right now. Benefit of the doubt still goes to the bears until they push this above VWAP. Facebook, nice reversal on Facebook. Facebook off the lows. I know a lot of people were looking at a short on Facebook. If you were quick, you got a nice drop here on Facebook. They started covering, and now Facebook looking a lot stronger, even though it's still below the 50-day. Facebook. So this has a lot of work to do. Okay, if we start to see growth stocks getting bought up, you'll see a wick underneath today's candle. Okay, so we're starting to see a wick build on the growth stocks in the upper panel. Lower panel is cyclicals. I still like these. I like them both. I'd like to see them both moving higher to give S&P 500 a thumbs up. Cleveland Cliff trying to turn. Cleveland Cliff pulled back to the 21-day. Buyers stepping up. Now, again, I like the fade. I like it's a bullish 9-21-day, but I won't take it. If I did take a new position here, it would be a partial. I need to see a bullish close today and a follow-through bullish day tomorrow. Above 32 would give us 34, quick 6, 7, 8%. Up to 34, maybe 34.60. Cleveland Cliff still on the watch list. That's my targets. 33, 34.60, and 35.50. No follow through yet. Okay, Apple still doesn't have a whole lot of buyers. Apple, a lot of people looking are short Apple under the 50-day. With good reason. If Apple falters and starts to drop more, that's going to have a big impact on the S&P. It makes up 28% of the S&P 500. The top 10, Apple, Google, Facebook, Tesla, Berkshire Hathaway. Speaking of Berkshire, JP Morgan. So Berkshire, look, buyers stepping up, same area as Friday's action. So buyers stepping up at the low, looking for a move above 355, hopefully by the close today. And then a test of 360, 362. Raul, I know you're in Berkshire. I have shares If it gets above the Friday's high, I might add shares to Berkshire. Obviously, Berkshire's not one stock, it's multiple stocks, 30 stocks or more in Berkshire Hathaway's portfolio. I think Bank of America and Apple are still the top two. Speaking of Bank of America, that reports, we've got banks starting to report Wednesday and Thursday. All right, it looks a lot better than it did this morning. Most of the charts I'm looking at look better than they did this morning. Higher highs, higher lows, up and to the right. Okay, let's see who is still following through in the evening session. S&P 500 most percent up. AT&T. Joel got AT&T. There's your AT&T. Okay, plus 8%. AT&T, big gap up today. Big bullish candle. What do they have? They didn't have earnings, right? AT&T. I know, Joel, that you like it. AT&T officially cuts the cord with Warner Media, freeing it to focus on telecom business. Yep. All right, AT&T looks good. Looks really good, actually. AT&T, even though it's big move. AT&T. All right, the weekly. All right, so we could see this back in the lower 20s over the next week or so, I would imagine, right? All right. VIX still holding in this range, VIX. Futures still not giving us any positive deltas, still negative deltas and sideways. Okay, SPY. Bollinger Bands, you looking at? All right, constricted. Let's look at the 60-minute. 60-minute, we're in the lower part of these bands, looking for it to push back to the top of the bands. Top of the bands, 451. This week, we have a $7.77 plus or minus. One standard deviation, 7 points. Let's say 8 points either direction. So that's 455. That'd be beyond the upper band. And the lows are 439. So we're closer to the lower band within standard deviation, one standard deviation. So if you look at the watch list, the column next to the stops in the top part of the watch list, I give you the one standard deviation move intra-week. So that's where you can expect prices to stay intra-week. We're already closest to the lower target, 439.80, printing 441.35 a little while ago. So if we get back to mean, that's 446. 446.30 is the mean on the 60-minute chart. decent probability we could bounce there. But stay within one standard deviation. One standard deviation. Let's see. Let's go to the 4 hour. All right, one standard deviation gives you 453. All right, so 455, I have to go to the daily. That's what it's calculated on, the daily anyway. Daily. Okay, so that's one standard deviation inside of the gray area there. That's about right. 439, no, it's a little bit narrower. Okay, so looking for SPY to show us something here. SPY, still tight. Still tight. What's Dollar Tree doing? Dollar Tree. Okay, looks like it wants to go back up and test the highs. SPY, Twitter, looking good. Twitter following through. All right, still in a tight range. VIX in a tight range, SPY in a tight range. They're both doing the same thing, opposites. VIX is in a tight range at the highs, SPY is in a tight range at the lows. These need to reverse. If you're looking to get long, you need to get above VWAP at a minimum, the purple line. Coming into the 2 o'clock hour, what we would like to see if we're bullish is heavy buying after 2 o'clock that pushes price action through the top of the range. Having tested the 50-day, looking for after 2 o'clock direction, could very well get rejected and close lower. It's been testing people's patience, this down leg or bearish leg in the markets. So we're still on a bearish leg. So any longs are counter trend. Any longs, this BC leg is what we're still inside of. We need to see at a minimum a bullish day or two and a pushback above the 200-day. That's possible the way things are looking. I would prefer if we didn't have this big bearish candle sitting on the 50-day going into tomorrow's trading. Like to see this more bullish look to it, maybe a hammer. RSI back above 50. We don't have that right now, so the trend is down. Things that are working, retail, the big box discount retailers are working. We have builders working, still working. That's up 0.75%. Builders. Retail's up 1%. Transports are up 0.5%. IYT. So the airlines look good. CSX look good. CSX, rails, a little bounce. A lot of downgrades. JBHT, JB Hunt, Old Dominion. Those got downgraded. Got a bear flag on the daily. ODFL. Okay. So airlines are the ones that are doing the best. Had to cancel my trip to New Orleans, obviously, because the wife has had issues with her father dying. So I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here next week. Where are you today, Mondo? I see Madison Ave. That looks like Madison Ave right there. That's a huge home on the left there. Is that one house? All right, SPY, no follow through. All right, SPY, no follow through. No follow through. Still in this range until we're not. So airlines doing okay. So Jets, another way to play it, Jets, Jets. Just make sure you give yourself enough time. Got to get back above the 200-day. You can see the 200-day has got a little modest drift lower. Price needs to get back above 50. The most I would expect to see is 22, unless the bulls go crazy and start buying like airlines are not having difficulties. We'd see that push through the 200-day. If it did, looking at the weekly chart, it's just a slow grind lower. Still counter trend for now. Transport's doing okay. Transport's still drifting lower. Lulu, looking for a push above the 200. Weekly looks pretty good. Lulu had good earnings. Okay, Lulu still going. Nice job there. Nice job there, Grover. Lulu, like it. Day 9. Looking for a push above the 200-day. I have shares. That's all for now. All right, I need to make something for lunch. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll make a sandwich or something. I'll be right back.
Market's going nowhere, just sideways chop both SPY and VIX.
Very tight price action, SPY and VIX, no direction. The bears still have the advantage on this leg down that started 2 weeks ago on Tuesday. $2 we start to look for direction from institutions. Are they interested in buying more? They've been buying into the lows. Dark pools have been buying the lows. More buy programs than sell programs. Still, we haven't seen any kind of concerted effort to push it back above VWAP yet. That's the first hurdle. Get above 442.57, then 442.84. That's where VWAP is. If you're thinking bullish, some of you thinking bearish, VIX is dropping off now. SPY is starting to get up a bid. Program activity leveled out about 10:30, but a buy program bias continues. There was about 240 buy programs versus 200 sell programs. That's from Steve Hammer over at HFT Alert. Thank you for that update. All right, starting to follow through now. Like go into the dance, wait for the quarterback to ask the first girl to dance. It's just a saying that I think about from time to time. Then the rest of everyone else joins in. If you are the quarterback, then get out there and ask the girl to dance so that we can get this underway. Given the price action since the open, since about 10 o'clock, this has been in the sideways range below VWAP. I'm expecting that to be the same unless they give us a direction after this 2 o'clock. We're at 2 o'clock right now. So between now and 2:45 or 3 o'clock, we're looking for direction from institutions. We had a few blocks today, SPY, Q, and IWM. No follow through on SPY yet. I have to leave here at 3:45 at the latest. I have to go pick up my daughter at school. It's about 30 minutes from here while the wife is away. So that'll be the next 4 days. Not sure what we'll do on Thursday. Next 3 days. Next Thursday, I'm not sure what we're going to do there because she gets off at 12. So I'll probably take an early lunch on Thursday. All right, so now we're starting to see a little bit of selling. So no follow through. Every time it looks like we're going to start to move higher, somebody starts selling. Futures hanging out at 44.28, 44.20, 44.17, down to 44.17. There's a lot of passive buyers down there. The volume is tapered off to almost nothing. It's very negligible. Very low volume on the futures. Deltas are still just moving sideways, mostly negative on the day. Hence the weakness. VIX is trying to push a bit higher in a range. VIX, just the opposite of SPY. VIX is at the highs of the day. It's still in a range. Just chopping around here. So either VIX drops off, moves sideways, or it pops. So we're watching for a signal. Twitter, yeah, we've been watching that one as well, Twitter. Twitter, been consolidating right between 47 and 47.60 over the last 30 minutes or so. Watching for Twitter to do something. So what I see right now is at 1 o'clock, Tesla CEO Elon Musk won't join Twitter's board after all, is reversing course and will no longer join the boards of directors less than a week after being awarded a seat. CEO Agrawal announced the news, which followed a weekend of Musk tweets suggesting changes to Twitter, including making the site ad-free. Nearly 90% of Twitter's 21 revenues came from ads. Still choppy, chop, chop. SPY and VIX doing this dance. Somebody's gonna take the ball and run with it. So when it's obvious, they'll show up, and this will last more than 30 minutes. Or not. Maybe we just sit here and just close at the low. Futures, deltas are still neutral, moving sideways, bearish in the sense that there's more negative deltas today as we trade below VWAP. VWAP is up there at 442. VWAP is at 442. Futures are trading 444.30. So we got 12 handles to go. We could easily run 10 handles, 12 handles. All right, we got aggressive buyers coming in here. Aggressive buyers, futures, aggressive buyers coming in. All right, here we go. Aggressive buyers coming in. All right, so 2 o'clock, it's 2:06, 2:07. What's the mask? What's that company that has the masks? APT, Alpha Protec. Alpha Protec might come off the lows here. Alpha Protec. Alpha Protec might get something going here. Big spike on Alpha Protec. Look at that choppy action there. That's what my wife is doing. Guy was in really good shape too. I just can't even believe it. 70 years old, great shape, athletic, used to run all the time. Was this Russian ship captain? He was really a big deal. He was a big deal, and he got vaccinated. I guess a few months ago, and he got got a booster, and he developed a brain clot. What one has to do with the other, probably nothing. But the coincidence, my wife is determined to find out. Not that it's going to matter. I don't mean to laugh. It's just that unless you're a Russian oligarch, you really don't have much of a say. Alpha Protec, watching that. If mask mandates start again. Lulu, nice job there. Grover, nice job. The covered calls I sold on AMC are still up 50%. I sold the 24 call for May 20th. Those were $3 at the time. Currently up $1.30 on those. So, all right, SPY coming back in. If we were expecting something big to happen, I don't see much big happening today. If anything, we get a reversal and push higher. No follow through yet. Last week we had strength in healthcare stocks. We had strength in healthcare. We took some profits off. I had shares, profits off into strength on Friday. Now I'm looking for this to consolidate in this area. Okay, so I look for these pullbacks. I look for the pops to sell into. The novice traders a lot of times will chase price. Absolute worst time to buy is as it spikes and starts following through. You look for signs that maybe things might reverse. Take profits off into strength. Look for a dip. I'm watching for healthcare stocks to bounce. Baxter, this was a trade from last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This turned into Friday spike up to the 200-day. So Baxter continues to consolidate here. I'm looking for a pop. Medtronic, Arc Devices, a bullish trend, however mild. It's been consolidating here for 10 days, trying to get above 113. If it does, 116 is the target, 115, 116. So those were active. Now today we have airlines active. Okay, so we want to see a strong close on the airlines, JETS, jets. I'd like to see a strong close on all these airlines. Norfolk Southern, NSC. I saw CSX was strong earlier. CSX, all right, it's holding the 200-day. Norfolk Southern, KSU got bought out, right? KSU, was it CP, Anton, or was it CNI? Which one of these bought out KSU? All right, back down to the lows. SPY back down to the lows. Okay, 50 days right there. QQQ. It continues to look weak. RSI is below 50. The Qs, if you're worried about the Qs, you can always hedge with QID or puts or SQQQ. Okay, I'm looking for a little dip here, maybe a bounce in the Qs.
At the end of the year, we will be able to adjust rates either higher or to pause on rate hikes. Says that I don't know how inflation will play out this year, but we will be watching. Says that would mean reaching neutral by the end of the year or even next March. Fed Evans goes on to say that it's appropriate to move towards neutral rates expeditiously.
Yeah. Whenever you see a doji, spinning top, small body candle, we knew that we were going to test the 50-day today. So that was pretty much a given on the SPY. Last week it was the 200-day. Couldn't make any progress, so the 50-day seemed logical. We got that test. S&P 500 has tested the 200-day. We tagged it, touched it. Now we're pushing it down a little bit. You can see that in the corner window over there. Pretty solid bearish candle. So this doesn't give me indications that we're going to see a bounce. At a minimum, we need to see this maybe a bullish candle by the end of the day, a hammer. For now, though, my guess, the 9 EMA is going to cross down through the 200-day. The 21-day got rejected at the 200-day. You can see right there, these two moving averages. 50-day was turning up. Now it's starting to flatten on this test. 50% retracement is 4,400. That seems logical. Russell's looking for 437 on the SPY.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Yeah,
TickStrike
whatever. Okay, futures just chopping around here. You got a lot of demand down here. Buyers stepping up at 44.22. Deltas are still negative. Price action's moving sideways. No direction from the institutions. We're just chopping around, killing premium. Yeah, there's nothing going on here. We got to get above VWAP. If we get above VWAP, then we might have a chance to follow through tomorrow. All right, Walmart and Costco, we're looking for those to consolidate. Dollar Tree looks like it wants to push. Walmart, a little buying there. For what it's worth, my thoughts today, there's no reason for me to take a lot of extra risk. I've been reducing my risk. I'm down to 66% exposure in equities. Okay, thank you, Ali. NET. Okay, that's sitting on the 21 days. So minimum. Yeah, we need to hold the 21 day bullish candle back above the 9 and 21, 50 day. I'm sorry, that's the 50 day. Only problem. Growth is lagging. This could do something. Cloudflare. I use Cloudflare on the website. SPY looks like we're going to dip a little bit more. S&P dip a little bit more. There's really nothing to do right now. If you're short, that's fine. I know that dark pools have been buying. Zim, yeah. Yeah, with this market, with its lower lows and lower highs, you know, you got to be quick on those swings. When things look a little toppy, take them off. Still looking for this C pivot. Have no evidence that we're going to bounce yet. So lower 50% is right there at 4,400. That's my thoughts there. 4,400, 50%. We could see that tomorrow. Maybe a doji, or not a doji, maybe a hammer tomorrow. Come down, hit the 4,400 level. I see Russell's looking at 437, 4375 S&P. Russell's looking for 437 tomorrow on SPY, maybe. All right, so either today or tomorrow, hammer at 50%, the 50-day as well. And then we could get some resolution on this BC leg here. We're still pushing the lower bounds of this envelope down here. NIMO is minus 31, minus 30.67, minus 30, minus 30.76. All right, so we've seen bounces here back in the beginning of March, bounces that led to a nice follow through with NIMO at minus 30. NIMO's currently minus 30. We got breath thrusts have pulled back. So that's storing up energy for the next move. We won't be exhausted on any move to the upside. S&P equal weight index. We talked about this in the weekend video. All right, these 10 stocks are weighing on the index. We're pulling back to the 200-day. That's the 200-day right there. Both the number of stocks trading above the 50-day and CCI both pulling back. So both of these turn back up would be a bullish signal right at the 200-day. Removing the weight of Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Alphabet, Nvidia, Tesla, Berkshire, and JP Morgan. JP Morgan has earnings this week. Wednesday, Thursday, banks are reporting. Berkshire, let's see what Berkshire looks like. Berkshire. Okay, so Doji on Berkshire. If it closes above Friday's high, I'll be adding to Berkshire. I have shares. ES just sideways at the lower part of the range now. The bears feel like they have control. All right, starting to reverse off the lows. The best part, my wife is traveling to Moscow for her father's funeral. She has her mother in tow with her. Her mother has a residence in Crimea. I have no idea how she's going to get to Crimea. She's probably got to fly around some kind of way, fly around. Maybe take a boat or something from a vessel from Turkey. I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't know why she took her with her. She has like 5 connections to get to where she's going, Moscow. Today she's in Vienna. Tonight she's in Armenia, and tomorrow should be in Moscow. Crazy, crazy. They went from JFK to the UK, from the UK to Vienna, Vienna to Armenia, Armenia to Moscow. I can't even imagine. Turkish Airlines. Yeah. To say I'm concerned about her is to say is an understatement. Yeah, longs have been counter trend for a while. Yep. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. She's when we're not when we're not arguing, she's pretty nice. Russians argue about everything. I mean, it's amazing. She loves to argue. It doesn't matter what your point is. Just opens the door for a comment. You can never she can never let it go. I'm watching the markets here. She can never let it go. Like she's always got to have the last word. All right, SPY looks like we're going to move a bit lower here. SPY looking weak. SPY looking weak. Futures sitting right at the low. Just looks like we're going to drop off. VIX, the tick cumulative is not giving us a bullish signal. We got internals are 1-to-1 down volume, so not selling massively. What does SLV look like? Silver faded, gold faded. Yeah, not as bad though. Gold didn't fade as bad. GDX at the highs. Newmont. Yeah. 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 All right, so we're making new lows here, folks. New lows here on the day. Tested the new low. All right, do they reverse it here? It's still in the zone where we start to look for institutions that buy the dip. We know that dark pools were buying earlier this morning. I have to leave at 3:45 at the latest. I have to go pick up my daughter from school with the wife out of town. Hope you guys don't mind. At the end of the day, there's usually not much to do. Thursday, she gets off at 12, so I'll probably take an early lunch. We're off early on Thursday, right? Does Thursday have a day, or do we work through it? I think we have a full day, right? All right, let's keep it. Let's stray from political conversations. I know I'm talking over here. Please keep it to trading. I know we kind of get off subject, off the rails here occasionally, but all right. So we got a full day tomorrow, right? Full day. Thursday rather. First Thursday before. Yeah, IWM does look better. That's risk on. IWM risk on. Thanks. She's 15. Yeah, my daughter's 15. She likes to drive, but she only likes sports cars for now. All right, trying to muster a bounce here. SPY, still no follow through. Oh boy, this is really slow. Really slow. Our Berkshire trying to come off a VWAP. SPY. SPY. Okay, so we got to get above 442.73. All right. All right, more buying coming in. Futures watching aggressive buyers here. Aggressive buyers. Delta's getting very strong. Aggressive buyers here. We're seeing Delta starting to climb as well. That's indicating the bid is moving higher along with the offers, lifting offers. Okay, the size of trades are getting larger as well. Thank you, Grover. Lulu, looking for a push above the 200-day. That's my threshold on Lulu. All right, so having a good day intraday. Grover is trading options most likely. That's what he usually trades. So a nice follow through on Lulu from the low. Nice reversal. Lulu, I want to get it above the 200-day, and I'll add to it. I have shares just sitting patiently waiting. Got a lot, good ways to go here. Almost 80 cents to go. 80 cents to get back above VWAP. Delta's, this is the first time we've seen Delta's climb this quickly. All right, Deltas are climbing very quick. Oh, it just went green, green. Delta's going green. Wow. We were minus 1,050 to plus 142 in 2 minutes. Deltas went from minus 1050 to plus 142 plus 200 in 2 minutes. 2 minutes just ran higher. Shorts are covering for now. I would just look at this bounce as shorts covering. We saw that with deltas. They were short all day. If you look at the deltas, they were short all day, just went green on the day. All right, still get a good bit. VWAP. VWAP is at 44.40. Deltas are green. Deltas are green. All right, here we go. They're ripping this son of a bitch higher. All right, there we go. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. All right, we're at the VWAP. All right, so we got to get through VWAP. Next level, 443.39. 443.39. Deltas are still very green. Okay. Big shift in the evening session. We got a little bit more time to go. Let me set my alarm because I got to leave here at 3:40, 3:45. All right, I trust you guys can manage 20 minutes into the close by yourselves. With the excellent talent that's in the trading room, I think you should be fine for 20 minutes into the close. I got to leave here, I would say 3:40 to get to my daughter on time. There'll be a line, and I'll get back here probably by 4:30. You can manage 20 minutes by yourself, can't you? I think so. Let's see. Alarm. Got rejected VWAP. Okay, that was a nice little move there. Okay, each one of these pops they keep selling into. They keep selling these pops. So okay. So it looks like we're going to follow through. Those deltas are still bullish. Deltas are still bullish. And climbing. Don't forget you got taxes. Taxes are due April 18th. VIX still dropping off here. VIX stopped dropping off. That's scary. I have you guys trading shitters. All right, VIX dropping off. All right, Delta's flattening out. Delta's flattening out. We were plus 800. We're back down to plus 300. So we need to see Deltas continue to climb. We need a back above VWAP. Futures just below VWAP. Futures, VWAP is at 440, 44.40. All right, Deltas are starting to fade. Deltas are starting to fade now. Yeah, right around, yes. All right, looking good here, looking good. All right, still can't get through VWAP, so that would be the area I'd be looking at. Time is a wasting, so we're looking for a move above VWAP back here at 1130. Didn't happen. We're looking for it again at 130. Didn't happen. Again at 215. Didn't happen. So you can see where they've been selling up against VWAP. We have supply on the futures right in this area, just below VWAP, up to VWAP. 44.55 is starting to see a few sellers up there. Offers up at 44.55 futures. So if we can get through VWAP, we could see a quick run to 44.55. If we get through VWAP. All right, deltas are fading. Delta's fading. Need to see a bounce. Need to see more deltas getting bid up. Want to see them chase the offer, lift those offers. Okay, we're just sitting here at VWAP. Tesla looking good. Tesla. All right, more flow coming in. More flow coming in. Ethereum and Riot got a bid. Jets. Dollar Tree. All right, Delta's turning back up again. Delta's turning up. little bit of noise, a little noise. All right, there goes. Okay, aggressive buyers. ES, we're seeing aggressive buyers here. All right, get through VWAP. We could push this pretty quick up to 44.55, 44.55. We're seeing a little bit more sellers coming in at 44.40. That's VWAP. Okay, if we manage to gobble those orders up, we could see a follow through and a push to 44.55. Okay. All right, so we're pushing. VIX is dropping off. More bullish flow. Delta's ripping. Plus 1160 there on that little pop. Okay, Tesla looking better. Dollar Tree trying to get back above 166. The highs of the day. Dollar Tree. Okay, we've been looking for Dollar Tree to follow through. Dollar Tree needs to get above 166 and change. The high of the day was 166.14. So Dollar Tree looking good. Also looking for Walmart to bounce. It's down $2. Costco to bounce. And Target's trading at the 200-day. I really like Target. Once it gets above the 200-day, we got $30 up to this high over here. That won't come immediately. It'll come in weeks. But Target looking better. All right, so we got a little bit of selling there going into that little pop. We got futures. We've got supply at 44.40. That's holding for now. Deltas are trying to climb. All right, we got a little profit taking into strength. All right, VIX is trying to bounce. This isn't good price action. Every time we pop to the highs, they sell into strength. They keep selling into strength. All pops keep getting sold. We just ran out the VWAP and got rejected on the S&P and SPY. One more time, got rejected. Pretty good showing there in this rally from 230. 44.26 up to 44.44. So not bad. That wasn't a bad move. It's just that they keep selling. Every time this pops, every time it pops, they sell. They sell. They sell. IWM's getting sold right now. Profit taking. So they're not taking any prisoners here. Deltas have gone to negative again. Oh well. So pretty valiant effort. The bulls tried to do something. Still got time left. It's only 3:05, 3:05. All right, VIX, nice spike up there off the lows on VIX. Very choppy. Okay, can we get deltas back to green again? All right, we're trying to get back to green again. All right, so there's no supply left. ES, no supply left. Little anyway. Can we push it again? Push it again. Okay. We've got a little less than 35 minutes. I have to leave here at 20 minutes till 4. 20 minutes before the close, I need to run. Go pick up my kid in North Myrtle Beach. Okay, we're going positive again. Deltas are trying to follow through here. Okay, seeing some more. Here comes some bullish flow into the markets, bullish flow into the markets. I like Newell. All right, more buyers coming in. All right, so Walmart's still drifting lower. Walmart is consolidating. I'm okay with Walmart consolidating. We'll have another trade on Walmart. All right, we'll have another trade on Walmart. No big deal. All right, deltas on the ES. All right, so we got some deltas coming through. NYMO's minus 25. We bounced on the 21st of February. We bounced on the 14th when NYMO was at this level. Just be aware of it. All right, deltas are trying to stay positive into the close. Riot pushing a bit higher. Let's see what Riot looks like. I sold covered calls on Riot. I'm okay with that. For $5.35 per contract. Okay, sold at 24 is just outside of this range up here. Riot. Those are now 385. Upstart starting to move higher. Upstart, Dollar Tree, new highs here. Dollar Tree starting to go. Dollar Tree. Okay, so Walmart, Target, and Costco ran last week. Dollar Tree, Target, Dollar Tree, and TJ Maxx. This is my favorite this week. Dollar Tree so far. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx faded, so I'd like to see this above the 50-day this week sometime. Berkshire Hathaway, buyers showed up at the lows today. Okay, not closing above Friday's high. That's an area where I'd like to add to. It if it confirms. All right, so deltas are negative again. So it's end of day. They're taking profits off the table. S&P. S&P, there's still pretty ugly looking candle. Pretty ugly looking. Are we coming back down now? Couldn't get through VWAP. We got time in the next 30 minutes to push this higher maybe. Sitting on the 50-day. 9 and 21 are crossing down. So this dead cat bounce is what a lot of people are calling this, a dead cat bounce. Still need to see a C pivot if we got any kind of bullish tendency here. For now, this is lower. S&P 500 in the 60-minute channel has yet to give us any kind of signal that it's coming out of this channel. So you can see the 20 EMA is inside of the channel and just wiggling its way down. So price action needs to go above the 20 EMA and that red dotted line for starters. Then we could see a test of 45.25, get back above the vol trigger. All these things need to happen. Hasn't happened yet, so we're still in this descending pattern. Russell's looking for 437 tomorrow on SPY, 43.75 right down there. 4,400 is a 50% retracement from the January highs. That's a 50% retracement. Excuse me, that's incorrect. Let me rephrase that. It's a 50% retracement from this recent high. Okay, right here, the B pivot from the low here on March the 14th. That started that A leg, a higher low. You could use this level down here too, February 24th. But C, we need to see that C pivot confirmed. The only way that's going to happen is if we see a bullish 1 or 2 days and a pushback above the 200-day. It doesn't look like it yet. Oh boy. All right, more selling coming into the close. More selling into the close. All right, so yeah. Bulls can't manage to push this any higher. That's not good. Going into earnings this week, still think the Bears have the advantage. All right, so every time we pop, they sold into strength. That's not bullish. Until it changes. Every time they bounce this, they sell into strength. So that needs to change. We had a brief foray there. It looked like we're going to get through VWAP. Didn't happen. Got rejected summarily. Slapped back down. All right, let's see. Ball. Okay. So desperately seeking Susan here. Susan being C, the C pivot. We're desperately seeking that pivot. So far, the bears are winning. You can see we're below RSI is below 40, below 50, and trending lower. That's telling you the strength of the trend is increasingly bearish. That needs to flip back up as a function of price. Needs to flip back up above 50. And MACD stochastics is now in the 20 zone, so that could turn up. Okay, the most recent time this has turned up from below 20 was on February 24th. We had a nice rally for a week. I'm looking for that C pivot that leads to D. Riot pushing higher. Riot is pushing higher. Let's see what Riot looks like on the daily. Riot. Okay, so we're looking for a 3-candle reversal maybe. Let's see what Bitcoin looks like. BTC, USD. Okay, this still looks pretty bearish. Short term, looking for a bounce in Bitcoin. Alibaba's been pretty strong today. Alibaba. Looking for a 3-candle reversal here as well. Back to the 21-day. SPY looks like a bear flag. Oh boy, looks like more selling about to hit. More profit taking. Looks like we're going to see more profit taking. Bear flag on the futures. Looking for a higher low. Sell signals on the 5-minute, 60-minute. Yep. Okay, we got rejected at 44.40. That was VWAP. Deltas went back to negative, minus 1450 now, minus 1450. Now that was positive, plus 1450 on the recent pop. Now we're fading again. Mosaic. Let's see. Let's look at these. Mosaic. Okay, buyers keep stepping up at the low of the day. Buyers keep stepping up at the low of the day. 70. CF Industries, CF. Okay, buyers at the low of the day. LXU. IPI. A reversal on IPI. Buyers stepped up to the low of the day, though. We're coming back down, bastards, right back down to the lows. They keep selling the pops. IPI, Intrepid Potash, Nutrien, NTR. NTR looks the best. NTR best. Nutrien best is plus 1.6%. Nutrien plus 1.6%. It's about to break out, or threaten to break out anyway. Nutrien. Until the markets bounce and we start to see a move towards the 200-day again, this C leg could extend a little bit more to the downside. VIX is pushing higher. All right. So anyway, I mentioned that I'm not going to New Orleans. Obviously, my wife is in Moscow tomorrow. So we canceled our trip to New Orleans. Mom was a little disappointed, but she had lots of plans. She's very active. She plays billiards. She plays pool. When I was a kid, she used to run a billiards hall as a assistant manager where Willie Moscone and Minnesota Fats, and those people used to show up in New Orleans. It was called the Royal Q with an E, Royal Q. I had no idea who these guys were, but Jackie Gleason played who? Minnesota Fats, or was it? I forget who he played. Anyway, that was a good movie with what's his name? Paul Newman. Anyway, that was when I was a kid. Willie Moscone. I always liked that name. Willie Moscone. And Minnesota Fats. So she's been a pool player all her life. We have a pool table at their house. She's really good too. She kicks my ass every time of course, I don't play pool that often. She's really good. Dollar Tree plus 260. It's off the highs of the day. Highs of the day was 166.13, I believe, 166.14. All right, we've got 35 minutes to go. I have to leave here at 20 minutes to 4. 20 minutes to 4, so I'm going to leave you guys in good hands. Hopefully we don't sell off, in which case I would just stick with the hedges. It's really bothersome that every time we rally, they sell into strength. So if you're thinking about any kind of bullish tendencies, we don't have them yet. We don't see them yet. Okay, this is more bearish. They keep selling into strength. All right, VIX continues to climb. $3M trying to turn the corner. $3M making higher highs and higher lows. Looking for a higher high on the 60-minute chart above 154. 3M should start to head back toward the 150, 160s, 170s. 3M. The VIX still scooting higher. VIX. All right, Wolf, you're looking at? Wolf speed. Yeah, that looks really good. Wolf. All right, bouncing. Wolf looks good. Wolf speed. Wolf speed. More selling. All right, so it looks like we're going to take out the low here. Looks like we're about to take out the low. We took it out. Bam. Low of the day right here on SPY. New low of the day. All right. SPY. I know it's not funny. I know there's some of you probably sucking wind on SPY right here, but they just keep selling the strength. And the 50-day S&P 500. We're below the 50-day. S&P is below the 50-day. All right, VIX back up to the high of the day, very close to the high of the day, VIX. You're looking at ZIM. All right, let's look at the maritime shippers. They've been pulling back. They've pulled back recently. Okay, TNK. That's $1.79 TNK. Not all shippers, not all maritime shippers are trading the same way. Textainer, TGH, that's at the lows, double bottom. Scorpio tankers trending. All right, SPY is just continuing to move lower. Ship finance trending. KEX, KEX. All right. Costamar, CMRE. That's a hammer at the 50-day. ZIM. Okay, so this is still in the descending pattern. This needs to get back above all of the moving averages. RSI is near 30. All right, my plan for the last 2 weeks is to reduce my exposure to equities. So even though we are seeing some stocks bouncing, I'm refraining from buying new longs in my retirement account. Day trade is a different story, but I'm trying to ignore the desire to buy until I see this index bounce going into earnings. I'm not crazy about adding risk. I want to reduce risk. I want to see that bond volatility, the MOVE, the move. You can plot that on TradingView. Looking for that to back off. VIX is moving in the direction where move was. Similarly, back in 2020, we have a very similar high volatility in bonds back to 2020 highs. There's a divergence between equity, VIX, which is headed towards where move is at those highs, which could lead to more downside. So until we see buyers come in, the bears have got this one. They've got this one. If you're worried and you want to hedge, you could hedge with QID or QQQ, QID. All right, that's back above the 50-day. Most likely, hard to say, but this looks like it wants to keep going. Looks like the Qs are showing a special weakness at the lows of the day. Maybe they come in tomorrow and save it. I doubt it, though. Doesn't look like it at the present time. Semis, I like to see semis bounce. Nvidia had a nice bounce. It's only off 12 bucks, only 12 bucks. Facebook fading from the highs. Tesla fading. I don't know. I get the sense that people that they sense more downside risk. Okay, VIX at the high of the day. All the FANG stocks are at the low of the day. Tesla's off 45, 46, 4.5%. Okay, if you were taking risk off last week and the week before, managed to miss a lot of this. Previous 3 weeks into 2 weeks ago into last week, I got from 79% equities down to 66%. I'm still at 66%. New Russia General. All right, so there's some news that there are suspicions. Whoops. There are suspicions that they're using chemical weapons in Ukraine. Maybe I should hedge a little bit. QID. All right, this could quickly come unwound. QID 15% would be back down at the February 24th low. QID. I'm going to start a little hedge on with QID. I know it's at the low of the day. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy some just in case there's overnight news. If it comes off, I lose 50 cents to a dollar. It's okay. Market. Looking for a bounce. If we get a little bounce, maybe I'll buy it a little higher. All right, I got to leave here in 5 minutes. QID. We're moving higher. I'd love for this to pull in a little bit and buy some as a hedge. This new general supposedly has the orders from you-know-who to be finished and to win the war in Ukraine, if you want to call it a win, by May Day in Russia. It's the 100th anniversary. All right, QID. All right, we're dropping off here. This is not good. That's not good news. All right, this is taking off to the upside, QID. All right, everything is selling off here a bit more. Russell got a good trade on looking for a little bounce. No bounce yet. VIX still driving higher. Okay, folks. Unfortunately, I have to go. I'm sure you'll be fine. Next 20 minutes, just follow the more experienced traders in the trading room. I got to go pick up my daughter. I will see you in the morning. I'll be back. I'm going to leave the stream open. Okay, I'm going to leave the stream open just so I can follow this while I'm on the road. S&P. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks.
Looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 267 million to the buy side. Looking again to the early market on close imbalance, now sitting at 210 million to the buy side. We are now waiting for the final orders ahead of the market on close imbalance. So the market on close imbalance settling now at 724 million to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE settled at 724 million to the sell side. We're seeing via multiple Twitter sources here, Russian forces using a toxic substance of unknown origin against Ukrainian military and civilians in the city of Mariupol was dropped by an enemy UAV. So this is coming from Middle East Eye. Also hearing this from a deputy of Kiev City Council, also reporting this on Twitter. Again, Russian forces using a toxic substance of unknown origin against the Ukrainian military and civilians in the city of Mariupol, dropped via drone. So in reference to the Australian labour market, comments from Australia's Morrison, who targets 1.3 million more jobs in the next 5 years. So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the session today. So stocks and bonds retreated today as investors focused on inflation and the impact of policy tightening by central banks. All major groups in the S&P 500 fell, while the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 lost more than 2%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Reserve last week signaled sharp rate hikes and balance sheet reduction in order to curb price pressures. Oil sank as China's largest coronavirus outbreak in 2 years heightens concerns about demand, and Bitcoin traded near $40,000 on the session today. Market sentiment continues to be shaped by a hawkish Fed, commodity disruptions caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the prospect of an economic slowdown. China's COVID-19 outbreak continues to spread despite an extended lockdown of Shanghai's 25 million people, with the restrictions straining global supply chains as well. Investors are awaiting earnings reports this month to restore confidence in the outlook for equities. The Fed's Evans of Chicago, who has long been one of the more dovish US policymakers, said an accelerated pace of rate hikes to combat inflation is worth debating. The central bank is doing all it can to avoid collateral damage from raising rates, but a brute force tool that can act as a hammer on the economy. Fed's Waller did say that as well. So elsewhere, Russia said it would halt bond sales for the rest of the year and take legal action if sanctions force it into sovereign debt. So we also have a breakdown of the US sessions market wrap available on the feed for anybody interested.
So according to CNN here, the US assesses that Putin may increase efforts to interfere with US elections. We have just posted out that piece on the top of the Financial News feed if you do want to have a read.
Aluminum burgers. You think you can undress, maybe just wash a few dishes? Huh? Should I? You think you can wash a little bit of dishes? Not all of them, just a few. Plates. All right, baby.
I'll go check by the.
Okay. Good night, folks.